Welcome back to the channel. This is Trinity Storm, and you are watching 7th part of What If Naruto Was Trained by Ninjas from Another World. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Now, wasting no more time, let's start the story.
As the Leaf Genin approached the city's gates through the clouds, they were surrounded by a thick mist. At the summit of the tallest mountain, the village was surrounded by swirls of white clouds and the air was moist. The largest had a massive palace atop its peak, resembling a round tower that overlooked the rest of the village and was only partially visible through the clouds. Wow! Ino expressed admiration. Yugo stood in front of the group and said, "Silence up." As they passed through the gates, Genji and Ryoji both stood back and observed in silence. Akumo Junin approached and gave them a scowl. "Konoha Nin? What's your business?" asked the large, sour-faced man with shaggy white hair and dark skin. The woman with violet hair assumed a casual stance. "We're here for the Chunin exams." The man gave a nod. "We weren't expecting anyone to arrive before tomorrow." Genji gave a slight growl. "We're early? Are you kidding?" Ryoji also appeared a little irritated. "After all of that about us being late?" Ino gave them both a quick look back. "Well, we did make it on time. Quit complaining." With a grunt, the Kumo Nin nodded. "Come on, I'll show you where you'll be staying." He turned away, casting a sidelong glance over his shoulder. "Welcome to Kumogakure. You're permitted to access the main street and your lodgings. There's shops and businesses there that can see to your needs. You're welcome to enjoy our hospitality and our merchants will welcome your business. There's a 9 o'clock curfew. I suggest that be in your rooms before then. If we catch you somewhere you're not supposed to be, you'll be arrested." He led the group down the main street. Along their route were a few restaurants and a variety of shops. They arrived at a sizable building after a little while of silent walking. The group went inside after their guide unlocked the door. There appeared to be dorm rooms inside. Speaking up was the Kumo Nin. He pointed to the two doors closest to the entrance and said, "Two to a room. Men and women are not permitted to bunk together. I'm sure you can work that out on your own. There's a toilet in each room, and showers down the hall to the left. Right side for men, left for women. Enjoy your stay, and don't cause trouble." That being said, he left. Ino discovered herself standing next to Yugo, staring at two plain beds. She appeared happy and sat down on the edge of the bed on the right, saying, "At last, a bed." The female grinned. She said, "I guess we'll be rooming together then." She enjoyed the lovely view of the mountains outside her window. "Well, we can't see much of the village from here." Ino got up and took a look. "It's pretty though. We're really high up, and it's a good view of the mountains." The Junin gave a nod. "Yes. This should suit our needs nicely." With a smile, the girl collapsed onto her bed, spreading her arms wide. "When do the exams start?" Yugo looked away. 3 days from now. Most of the others should arrive sometime today or tomorrow. I'm kind of surprised we're the first. You can expect this place to fill up fast. There are a lot of rooms, and I expect most of them will be filled." The blonde sighed slightly. "There should be a lot of people from other villages here." The female gave a nod. "Yes, we should be careful. It will be easy to start trouble with so many young nin from different villages." Her assistant let out a groan. "I'm gonna have to keep an eye on those two jerks, aren't I?" Yugo nodded and grinned. She sat down and relaxed on her bed across from Ino. "I'm afraid so. They've not got the best tempers. You need to stay with them. None of you are permitted to wander about here alone. You need to stay in your team groups at all times." The blonde girl gave a nod. "I want to check out a few of those shops before we leave. I'm gonna have to drag those two idiot guys around, I guess. I hope they don't whine too much." With a smile, the Junin nodded. "Why don't you go ahead and get them? Have a look around, don't forget, we'll probably be here for a while. So, don't go spending all of your money at once." Ino sat up, kicking her feet. She got up and left the room, saying, "Yeah. I want to check this place out." With their beds open, the two boys were seated. Genji was massaging Ryoji's head while they grappled. Bastard. It's mine. What the hell are you two doing? Ino scowled at them, her hand resting on her hip. After pushing Genji off of him, Ryoji turned to face her and said, "We're deciding who gets what bed." The boy with brown hair nodded. "Yeah, the winner gets the bed closest to the window." Blinking, Ino peered between the mattresses. The distance between them and the door and window was the same. "You dopes. Quit fooling around and come on. We're going to have a look around." The boy with black hair picked at the bandages covering his face. "Huh? So go." His partner with long hair gave a nod. "Yeah. We're not going to stop you. Get lost." Narrowing her eyes, she crossed her arms. "We're all going. We have to stick together, and we're not allowed to go anywhere on our own." Ryoji grunted. "Geez, you're sure bossy. Who the hell put you in charge?" With crossed arms, Genji averted his gaze. "Yeah. Why the hell should we listen to you?" It was unclear to them both what had happened, but Ino was between them in an instant, tugging on their ears and dragging them out the door. "I'm in charge because I said so. I want to go shopping, and I don't care if I have to tie you both up and drag you." Genji cried out, "Ouch. Quit it." Ryoji yelled, "Let go, you crazy bitch." With her hands on her hips, she pushed them both out the door. "Just shut up and come on." The boy with long hair scratched at his ear. "I don't want to go shopping with some bratty girl." His companion with black hair was acting similarly. "Yeah. Talk about boring." Ino gave them a scowl. "Boring is better than painful. Come on. I can't go without you, and I'm not sitting in these dorms for the next 3 days." The boy with black hair snarled. "If I didn't need you for the exams, I'd clobber you." She raised her face to meet his, giving him a fierce look. She took hold of their arms and dragged them toward the door, saying, "I'd destroy you. Now shut up and come on." Grinning, Yugo stood in her room's doorway. As they went by, she waved a little. "Bye, stay out of trouble. Try to enjoy yourselves." Standing outside a small shop in the street, looking bored, were Ryoji and Genji. The boy with black hair grunted as a soccer ball ricocheted off his head. "Ouch. Hey." A boy, no older than 10, ran up. He said, "Sorry. We didn't mean." Alongside a few other children. The big boy took hold of his shirt and hauled him up. "You little punk. What do you think you're doing?" The child appeared anxious and afraid. "I'm sorry, we didn't see you. It was an accident." Genji gave a snort. "Kids like you should be more careful or you might get hurt." A Kumo child exclaimed, "Hey. You jerk. Let him go." With alarm. Ryoji rubbed the boy's head, growling and shaking him by his shirt. "You little punk. That hurt." The ball was lying on the ground not far away, and the child was trembling. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean." Genji scowled. "You should be careful, we don't take kindly to." Between them, a blur of black and yellow formed, silencing both of the genin. Holding the back of their heads, they both fell face down in rather inelegant heaps on the ground. Startled, a group of young Kumo village children of different ages gathered around the scene, gasped and leapt. Ino was gently holding the boy they were bothering in her arms. She put him down and looked at the two on the ground over her shoulder. She put the boy down and gave him the ball, saying, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Are you trying to get arrested? Sorry about those jerks. Don't worry, they won't be bothering you again." He gave her a wide-eyed look and nodded. Thanks. I'm sorry. We were just..." With a smile, Ino gave him a head pat. The majority of the villagers in Kumo had fair skin and light colored hair, just like the children. She grabbed the two boys by the ears and twisted them, saying, "No need. They owe you an apology. Don't you?" The two men winced with agony. Ryoji sighed and closed his eyes. "Ouch. Sorry." Genji was standing where he was. Geez, we were just messing around. Sorry. The children rushed off to play again, looking amused at the scene as the girl let them go and grinned at them. She pushed both of her teammates out of the way and picked up several boxes and a brown bag from the floor. You jerks. What the hell do you think you're doing? Genji scowled and gave her a mean look. We were just having a bit of fun. No big deal. The boy with the black hair also didn't appear happy. Yeah. Mind your own business. We were just giving him a little scare. It's not like we were gonna. She gave him a gut punch. You think bullying little kids is fun? You asshole. You'd better behave yourselves. Ryoji rubbed his stomach and snorted. Or you'll what? Tell on us? The boy with long hair nodded and crossed his arms. Yeah. I'm getting sick of putting up with this, you know. I've been nice so far 'cause you're a girl, but you're pushing your luck, you brat. Ino arched an eyebrow. She moved quickly, pulling their heads up to her chest and holding a kunai knife at each of their throats. Tell on you? Don't be stupid. If you get in trouble, and I can't take the exam because you were being stupid, I'll kill you both. The two froze, looking very anxious. Genji snarled. You. She let them go and took a step back. She spun her kunai around her fingers and tucked them away, saying, Look, you two slugs. I'm in charge here. If you don't like it, do something about it. I dare you. Genji gasped upon seeing her new dress, a black, sleeveless Chinese-style item with violet trim. She had a pair of purple shin and forearm warmers as well. It was something else that drew his attention. Why? Yeah. Ryoji gave him a scowl. What? What the hell are you? The boy with brown hair scowled at him. Shut the hell up. She'll kill us. The boy with black hair scowled. Huh? You wuss. She's fast, so what? She's still just a brat. Glancing over at her, Genji growled, That brat is an Anbu. Tensing up, Ino peered at him over her shoulder. She clenched her fist and remained silent. Ryoji gave a blink. Huh? Genji's eyes narrowed. What's an Anbu doing at the exams? Ino averted her gaze. I don't know what you mean. Ryoji had a perplexed expression. Yeah. Neither do I, don't be stupid. She's not. The boy with brown hair was tall. He gestured to her shoulder and said, My old man has one of those tattoos too, you know. I know what it is, only Anbu have them. She pulled out a kunai and, with her packages clutched in her other arm, turned to face them. Shut up, or I'll kill you. Genji stiffened, snarling. What's going on here? If this is some kind of mission, we have a right to know what we're getting dragged into. Ino stowed her weapon. I'm a genin. I'm here to take the exams like everyone else. You don't need to know any more than that. All you two idiots need to know is that we're not going to fail, and I'm in charge. Got that? Ryoji picked up his pants. Whatever. Look, so what about the stupid tattoo? What's the big deal? Ino gave the boy with brown hair a scowl. It's not a big deal. It's just a tattoo. Don't worry about it, and don't worry about me. Worry about passing the exams. The boy with black hair moaned. So, are you an Anbu? Who cares anyway? You're still a brat. She averted her gaze and moved her parcels. If I was, what makes you think I could tell you? Don't worry about it, we're here for the exams and that's it. You don't need to worry about anything else, and that's all I'm concerned with too. Genji averted his gaze. That woman, Yugo. She's an Anbu too. I didn't think anything of it, but... Ino gave him a level look. Shut the hell up, would you? Look, if I am, no one is supposed to know. Keep your mouth shut and worry about the exam and we won't have any problems. My mission is to pass the exams and become a chunin, and you've got no idea how bad it would be if I fail. So keep it to yourself and just forget about it. It doesn't matter, and I've got to pass just like you too. The boy ignored her, crossing his arms. Fine. Whatever. She picked up her packages and made her way back to the dorms. Come on. It's getting late, and we should get back. When Ino took a seat and sighed in frustration, Yugo grinned. Those jerks. The female laughed. A handful, are they? The fair-haired girl scowled. I can handle them. That jerk Genji recognized my tattoo. Junin, with her violet hair, nodded. She didn't appear concerned as she said, yes. Well, I suppose that's not a surprise. I've worked with his father before. I'll have a talk with him. Ino gave a headshake. I can deal with it. It's no big deal, and I've already told him not to worry about it and keep his mouth shut. The female gave a nod. All right. I'll let you handle it. I'm glad to see you're taking charge. The blonde smiled. Yeah. They're both stupid and male. I can handle them no problem. I've just got to keep an eye on them so they don't do something stupid and get arrested. I'll kill them both if I fail because they're idiots. Yugo laughed over that. Well, try not to be too hard on them. I did tell Genji's father I'd look after him. Ino gave a nod. Yeah. I know. I just wish I didn't have to slap them around to stop them from being so stupid. They're catching on though. The woman gave a satisfied nod. All right. Just don't forget you need them for the exams. With a nod, the blonde girl collapsed onto the bed. Yeah, I know. Yugo grinned. That's a cute dress. Did you pick it up in town? The girl looked down at it, grinning, and sat up. Yeah. I found this little shop. They had a few things I really liked. I found a nice pair of shoes I'm thinking about picking up later. I'm not sure if I have anything to go with them though, so I'm still debating. The female appeared intrigued. Really? What's it called? I might check it out later while you're taking the exam. Kurenai was standing with Shino, Kiba, and Hinata, the other members of her team. They were following the same Junin who had welcomed Yugo's team as they entered Kumo's gates and looked around. After delivering his speech, he was escorting them around the city. The Leaf Junin took a step back and positioned herself among her group. Listen, I know that I've said this before, but I want to make clear. Under no circumstances is Hinata to be left unsupervised. The girl from Hyuga was making scratches beneath her forehead shield. She scowled and appeared uneasy. I'll be all right. Shino gave her a quick look. We can't assume that. There's not much danger because of the exams, but we should still be on guard. Everyone knows that Kumo is very interested in getting their hands on the Byakugan. Kiba snorted roughly. Don't worry. We'll be around. No one is going to hurt Hinata. The young lady grinned. She was a little anxious, but not more than normal when she entered a strange place. Thanks. I feel better. She said. Itchy in the spot on her forehead beneath her forehead protector. Her father had taken precautions before she left Konoha, and it was a false curse seal. It would not fade or rub off until she took it off upon her return to Konoha. Although they were unsure of Kumo's level of knowledge regarding the seal, they were aware that it existed in the consequences of removing the eyes from a Hyuga that carried it. Kurenai gave her team a smile. Very good. Now, come. It's getting late, and I'm afraid I don't want you wandering about the village without me. Despite that they might permit it. We'll be remaining in the dorms. None of the Hyuga attending are permitted to wander about the village. Kiba snorted. I guess that means most of Konoha's teams will be stuck inside with us. Almost every team has a Hyuga on it this time. Kind of unusual. Shino gave a nod. A pity. I'm kind of curious about Kumo. Still, I suppose I can't say I don't understand. Kurenai gave Kiba a look. Though she remained silent, she did wonder if it was a good idea to send so many Hyuga into Kumo. The risk was negligible, and based on her knowledge of Raikage, she had no reason to believe he would attempt anything. A powerful alliance that had persisted since the Second Great Shinobi Wars safeguarded the honor of the Chunin exams. It did, however, stay with her for a while. Upon entering the dorms, which were now partially occupied by visiting Nin, Neji cast a disapproving glance at Ayume. Watching him pass by, the girl was leaning against the doorway leading to one of the rooms. She nodded to him, looking over at him. She was his cousin. She had a thin, wiry frame and short hair that was cropped close to the back of her neck. They had always gotten along well, even though she was a year younger than he was. They were getting settled in the dorms after arriving. Tenten was lodging with Ayume, while Guy shared a room with Lee. His uncle Hyuga Koga, who was only a few years older than him, had been placed in a room with him. Koga rubbed his scalp while sitting on his bed. He had shaved his head and was dressed in monastic robes. A few months prior, he had returned to his duties as a Konoha nin after spending a year studying under the monks at Fire Temple. "Well, I suppose it is good to see you." Neji gave a nod. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" The older boy gave a nod. "Yes. It's a shame we won't be able to devote our full attention to the exams." His nephew with the long hair snorted a little. "I don't intend to fail." Koga took one look at him. "Our mission, or the exams?" Neji clenched his hand. "Why should I have to choose?" His uncle gave a serious little smile. "I suppose you were right. Still, I do not look forward to completing our mission. I understand that it must be done, but it brings me no pleasure to end the life of a member of our village." The boy with long hair hung his head and sat down on his bed. "What choice do we have?" His uncle gave a nod. "If I had one, I would have refused." Neji closed his eyes, picturing the face of the girl. He recalled seeing her on the bed, looking less than human and barely alive. "So would I. It doesn't matter, does it? We'll do what we must. We shouldn't be talking about it. We all know what we must do, and we can't assume that there are no ears listening in." Koga laughed. "Assume? Think you so little of our gift?" The boy gave him a raised gaze. "Don't you mean our curse?" His uncle smiled gravely again. "That is a matter of perspective." Neji gave him a fierce look. "Didn't they tell you?" "I suppose they wouldn't. Why would they tell us anything?" "After the last exam, I had a glimmer of hope that things might change. Instead, we're just tools to them. As soon as something came up, we became nothing but a useful way to deal with problems they can't be bothered with dirtying their hands with." "Hinata doesn't know anything about our orders, you know." Koga sighed deeply. "I cannot argue with that, I suppose. However, I'm confused about what you mean." Neji shot him a stern look. "The reason we were told to kill that girl, the reason that the main branch is using us, is because of Uzumaki Naruto." The older boy gave a nod. "Uzumaki? I vaguely recall that name. He was quiet, and nobody seemed to like him. Seemed like a bit of a weakling. I've heard strange rumors about him involving some sort of contract with a demon." The boy with long hair nodded. "Yes. That weakling, as you put it, developed a way to counter the Byakugan and the gentle fist. I hit him with the 8 trigrams 64 palms, and it didn't affect him at all." Koga's eyes widened as she gazed at the boy. "What? He's trained Ino in these techniques. This is the reason she must die. We may not get another opportunity like this. This is why the main branch uses us as assassins in this exam." Neji raised his fist in anger. Koga sat back and didn't seem to believe it. "That's impossible. When you get the chance, have a look for yourself. She has no chakra, and this gives her the ability to hide from the Byakugan. If you try to rely on it or the gentle fist to face her, you will fail." Neji turned to lie down on the mattress. "You cannot rely on the Byakugan to reveal her. Uzumaki, Haruno, and Uchiha are no different. I've seen them since they returned. They were dressed as Anbu, but I know it was them. They look like the Walking Dead." Hinata sounds crazy, and it's foolish to think that she's right, but there are reasons for what she says. Koga gave him a scowl. "If that's true, we should inform the others." His nephew shut his eyes. "I won't speak of it again. If you think you should tell them, go ahead. Like you, I've got no real desire to kill her. I'll do what I must, and no more." His uncle nodded. "Yes. So it would seem. I suppose I have a bit to think about." I'm not so sure I believe you anyway. Neji moved and took up a little more space. You'll see soon enough. I've got my orders, and I'll follow them. I don't care enough for those who gave them to go any further. As far as I'm concerned, the others can find out for themselves. I doubt she'll kill them. With a frown on his face, Raikage stood in front of his office's windows. 5 of them. 5 Hyuga in my village. Unbelievable. Behind him was his attendant. Holding a clipboard, she stood silently, waiting for him to give her instructions. With a serious expression, she was a gorgeous, voluptuous woman. The Cage was a big, strong man with a mustache and bronze skin. It's very tempting, almost too much. The female raised an eyebrow. Yes, sir. Should we make a move? He gave her a glare in return, but not genuinely out of resentment. Would that I could. No. After the mess that Sand and Sound made of the last exams, we can't afford any slip-ups. None of them is to be harmed. I doubt they'll be dumb enough to give us an opportunity to arrest them with valid cause. I cannot permit risking the honor of Kumogakure, despite my desire. It's frustrating to have them so near, and yet so far away still. He grumbled. The worst part about it is, we must be careful and make sure nothing happens to them. There are many who want the same thing I do, and we would provide a convenient scapegoat should something happen. The female gave a nod. Yes, I expected as such. Sand has banned from the exams for the next year. Sound is not permitted to send any genin for the next 5. Raikage snarled. After murdering Cage, they're lucky to have gotten off so light. They're also fortunate that Wind's daimyo is such an idiot. His undercutting of their village has prevented them from retaliating against the land of rice. I'm to understand that Gara of the Sand is the new Cage. With nothing but a child for a cage, it does not appear that their situation will improve anytime soon. They are weak and of little concern to us. Once more, his assistant nodded. Yes, fortunate for us, not so fortunate for them. The Cage gave a nod. Yes. Still, it strengthens Konoha's position more than I'd like. The aide glanced at her notepad. Preparations for the exams have gone well. Everything is ready, and there's no foreseeable delays. Everything should run smoothly. The man gave a nod. Yes. We'll begin on schedule then. I hate ceremonies. I'll be expected to give a speech. The female gave a nod. I have one written up for your approval on your desk, sir. With a quick look back at her, he nodded. Very good. I'm sure it will be fine. You've never led me astray before. His helper cleared her throat. There is one other matter. He gave her a quick glance. Yes? Karabi, he wishes to. Raikage furrowed his brow. I know what he wants. To torture us all with another of his stupid raps. Fine, if it keeps him happy. Give him a spot in the opening ceremony, after I've given my speech. I'd like to be able to leave before he gets started. Make sure I have an excuse. She turned the page with a nod. Very well. I'll have him give a motivational speech at the end of the ceremony before the genin are taken to the area for the first exams. Omoi is the proctor for the first exam, with Yugito overseeing the second. The man let out a grunt. Yugito? The female gave a nod. Yes, sir. She requested it. I'm to understand she enjoys it. Something about an opportunity to see the ninja of the future grow and flourish. The man sighed deeply once more. Very well. There's no harm in it. There are no pressing matters that require her talents, I suppose. His helper gave a nod. Yes. She's good with the genin, and not too soft on them. I approved it, forgive me if I stepped out of bounds. I'll check with you in the future. The man looked out the window, his hands behind his back. He smiled a little and said, yes. Very good. I'm looking forward to this, despite how much of a pain it is. The mantle of Raikage does leave one wanting for the old days when a good battle was just around the corner. Perhaps the exams will keep me occupied for a little. With a steady expression, the woman nodded. Yes, sir. If there's nothing else, I have a few last-minute details to see too. He gave a nod. Yes, I'm just going to stand here and stare at my village while wishing I had something to break. The female looked away. Yes. I'll have a half-ton of bricks brought up to your office, sir. Please hold out until they arrive. We only have one more spare desk. He cast a sidelong glance. Make it a whole ton. Having all these hyuga in my village has left me feeling a little frustrated. She nodded as she paused in the doorway. I'll make it 2 then. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. Very good. With a back of the head slap, Ino nodded toward the balcony. A Junin named Karabi stood on a balcony overlooking a courtyard where over 100 genin were arranged in rows. Reikage had just left. The Cage had spoken about how the examinations demonstrated to the world the might and resilience of their individual villages as well as the immense honor associated with them. The big man with bronze skin was sporting sunglasses and multiple swords hanging from different places on his body. He said, I'm smooth, I'm cool, show me how cool you can be. He was shouting. Give me inspiration, show me your power, don't be intimidated or I'll just get louder. From behind a small boombox that was producing a bass beat and a microphone, Genji scowled. This sucks. After glancing at Ino, Ryoji returned his focus to the stage. He stinks. Ino made no attempt to refute anything. Well, we've still got to be polite. We're representing Konoha. Karabi concluded his rap to a modicum of polite applause. Just as he turned away, everyone's attention was drawn to a puff of smoke in front of the group. In front of them, with his arms crossed, was a man of average build and dark complexion. I am Omoi. I'll be administering the first exam. Follow me, grunts, you've got a long day ahead of you. Ino let out a tiny sigh. I wonder if it will be another written exam? Ryoji gave a shrug. It's different every time. It usually is though. Omoi said, I hope everyone has cleaned their bladders. Once we start, there won't be a chance to do so. He was in front of a desk in a classroom full of genin. This test is the first part of the Chunin exam. With the exception of a handful of anxious first-time applicants, the genin were seated at desks and cuffed by the legs to their respective looks attentive. There were a few irritated groans from the chains and clinking as the genin moved around, and none of them were seated next to anyone from their village. Omoi got to his feet and held a stack of papers. He held one up, revealing a tiny marking on the corner. Pay attention, I'm only going to explain this once. Each of you will receive a test. The chains on your legs all have a seal on them that connects directly to the seal on the back of the test. When the test is completely filled out, the chain on your leg will unlock, and you will bring the test to the front of the room and turn it in. Then you will be escorted out of the room, and await the completion of the test by the other attendees. He laughed at the expressions on the genin's faces. You don't need correct answers to unlock the chains, but for each incorrect answer, you will lose 1 point for your team. You have a total of 15 points for your entire team and there are 20 questions. That means that as a group, if you total more than 15 incorrect answers, you fail. You are scored as a team on this exam. Ino let out a tiny sigh. She was already planning her exam approach. It was lucky that she was positioned in the middle of the room, still behind her 2 teammates. As he went, the man placed his behind on the edge of the desk and placed the tests on the corner. If one of your team is caught cheating, each member of that team loses 2 points. If you all fail, then your chains will unlock whether you've answered all the questions or not. You will be escorted out, and if you are not of Kumogakure, you will leave the village immediately. With a sly smile, the blonde leaned back, locking herself into the test. Those 2 idiots were not going to mess it up in any way. Omoi began distributing the examinations. You have 2 hours to complete the test. If you've not finished in the allotted time, you fail. Leave them face down until and keep your hands off your pens until the signal to begin is given. The exam proctor moved to the front of the room as soon as each person finished their test. Good luck, do your villages proud, and do not shame the honor of shinobi by getting caught cheating. You may begin. Ino handed her test over. Though complicated and challenging, it was nothing she couldn't manage. She propped herself up so she wouldn't fall over and closed her eyes as if she was thinking or meditating while the other students got to work. Shintention. Genji was somewhat intelligent, while Ryoji was the biggest moron. She would have to leave the room and hope they could make it through if she couldn't finish her test first. That gave too much room for error. She looked down at Ryoji and began to figure out the answers. After 1 hour and 55 minutes, she gave Omoi a hard time about her test results. She had been in the overbearing idiot Ryoji's body for the most part, and had cut it damn close. Her two teammates were waiting for more instructions in the adjacent room. The man grinned as he glanced up at her. About 20 genin were still struggling while shackled to their desks. She moved to the next room's door and went inside. Genji was sitting with his arms crossed, as was Ryoji. The genin had reconvened in their team groups, and a lone Kumo Junin was sitting in the room, half asleep, and doing nothing more than watching over them. With a snarl, Genji narrowed his eyes at her. "You cheated." Ryoji gave a grunt. "So she did." Ino took a quick look at the Junin. "Shut up." "So what? We're supposed to. How many times have you done this already? You still haven't figured that out?" The brunette blinked and worked his mouth. "What? We're supposed to uphold the honor of." Leaning in, Ino gripped his collar. "By not getting caught. Are you dense? We're not samurai, you idiot, we're ninja. We're supposed to cheat well enough to not get caught. That's what this test is about." She pushed him away. "Now shut up. No wonder you're still a genin. You've not even figured that much out already?" His eyes appeared a little wide. "I. Huh? R. Really?" He tilted his head, appearing to consider the question. "You know, I never really thought about it much. They all said something like that when we get a written test." Ryoji let out a little sigh. "Even I knew that." Eyebrow arched by Ino. "You never told him?" The boy with black hair scowled at her. "We've never been on the same team before. This test is the first time I've worked with either of you." The girl looked a little taken aback. "Huh. I figured you two knew each other. You always seemed to act like you did." Genji let out a little sigh. "We're not friends or anything. He lives down the street from me. We've known each other since we were kids." The boy with black hair nodded. "Yeah. He's not my friend or anything. We just sort of know each other a little." His partner scowled. "Hey, Ino. Looks like you've got an admirer." The young lady blinked. She tensed up and leaned in his direction without turning around. "Huh? Where?" she asked. Ryoji gave a nod. "The bald Hyuga has been staring at you since you came in." "How cute." Ino's expression dipped a bit. "Hyuga?" She wasn't against them, but something about those eyes unnerved her. She gave him another look, and he looked away, appearing agitated. Although he wasn't expecting to be caught staring at her, he was actually embarrassed, despite what she thought. He was used to turning away without drawing attention to himself. She sounded a little odd when she said, "Well, I've seen worse." There was something bothering her about the way he was staring at her. The brunette sighed slightly. "Think this is over with?" Ino gave a headshake. Turning around, she watched Omoi enter the room and said, "I doubt it, they haven't tried to scare us yet." Speaking of which, the tests were slapped down on the table by the man. He glared at the group, looking quite firm. "I've got an announcement to make before I read the results." Genji picked at his nose. "Here we go. The test." Giver waved the papers. "As you know, the results of these tests will either pass or fail you. Those that failed to complete the exam have already been sent back to their homes." He banged them against the table. The man paused and glared at them, saying, "I'm going to level with you before I read off the results. If you fail, you will not be allowed to take the Chunin exams again. You will be permanently banned from taking them again." The first time test takers gasped and muttered something in fear. A genin voiced their opinions. "What? You can't." You're saying if the other two idiots on my team failed, I won't be able to take it again? The man smiled. He seemed pretty happy with the response from the majority of the room when he said, "That's right. If they failed, they can prevent you from trying again." He gestured to the door and said, "There's a way to save yourself the trouble and try again next year. Before I read the results, anyone who wishes to, may leave. Your team fails automatically if you do, but you will be given the opportunity to try again next year. If you've got no confidence in your teammates' abilities to pass, I suggest you take a walk and try your luck next time. You won't get another opportunity to do so if you remain and fail the exam." "Very well." The bald Hyuga who had been giving her the eye stood up. "I think it's time I left." Neji jerked upright and turned to look at him. "Koga? What are?" His uncle gave him a smile. "I wish you luck, nephew. I have thought long and hard, and I have decided that despite what it may mean for me, I must keep my vows. I shall return to Konoha and face what I must. Then, I shall return to the temple, where I shall remain. I am sorry that I failed my team, but if this is what it means to be a ninja, then I have little choice but to remain a humble and honorable monk." Omoi frowned at the display. If he wishes to go, no one is permitted to stop him. "Stand aside." He left, and several other teams followed him out. The Kumo Junin looked about the room. Well, there are still 36 applicants left. He frowned a little. Not bad for starting with 114. Anyone else? Last chance to back out. Everyone else remained seated and looked on. Ino looked about the room and noticed Kiba's team and Neji's team were still in the room. There were also two more Konoha teams, one with a female Hyuga and another with another boy. She narrowed her eyes when she noticed all of the white eyes, but Hinata were looking straight at her. "What's with them?" She shivered and turned to face the proctor. Omoi smirked. "Well, congratulations, those that remain have all passed. This exam tests two things. One is your ability to gather information. The tests were more advanced than most genin would be able to handle. There were several plants within the group to provide correct answers. Congratulations on those who spotted them. The second thing it tests is your ability to have confidence in your teammates and to take risks to complete your missions. You will all face missions where backing down and turning away will not be an option. No matter the risk to yourselves or your teammates, you will not be able to turn down an order or refuse a mission, despite that it may mean death, or worse." A blue flame raced across the ground from the side of the room. A small spiraling pillar of fire erupted right next to the man that dissipated, revealing a 20-something Junin woman with blonde hair tied into a long braid and a Kumo forehead protector. Omoi nodded towards her. "This is Yugito, she'll be administering the second portion of the exam. I'll turn things over to her." She glanced at him and smirked. "In a hurry?" He sucked at his teeth and gave a nod. "Yeah. Got a date?" She chuckled and looked at the group. 36? Well, we'll have to cut this down a bit, won't we? I think I can take care of most of them. After all, we don't want the finals to take too long. I'd rather not take the time to have elimination rounds. I'll get rid of at least half of them before this is over." Omoi nodded. "Whatever. My job is done now. I've got places to be, and they're all yours." She gave a small sigh and shook her head. "All right. Come on and follow me. The second exam will begin as soon as we arrive. We've got a bit of a walk ahead of us, so I suggest you take the opportunity to use the restroom now. You won't see another toilet for quite a while." Ryoji gave a small sigh and pushed out of his seat. "Hope this goes better than last time." Genji chuckled. "Yeah. I heard some guy stole your scroll and no one even saw him." The black-haired boy frowned at him. "It wasn't just me, you know. Only 4 teams made it, some jerk stole everyone else's scrolls." Ino cocked her head. "I wonder what they have planned. Another scroll battle?" The brunette shook his head. "No way. They never do the same thing twice. It'll be some sort of survival training, but I doubt there will be any scrolls involved." The air was chilled and they were about 5 miles away from Kumogakure. Ino stood with her two teammates outside of a large gate at the base of a mountain. Yugito was ushering them towards it, and there was a bit of milling about in front of the gates. Kiba walked over to Ino and grinned. "Well, it's nice to see another familiar face." She glanced at him and frowned. "Hey. What's up?" Akamaru wasn't sitting on top of his head any longer. The dog stood up to his knee and panted at his side. "Wow. Akamaru has gotten bigger." The boy seemed a bit surprised. "Huh? I guess." Ryoji glanced over at him. "Who's this?" Genji nodded from his side. "Yeah. Who's the runt?" Kiba looked annoyed. "Runt?" Ino gave a small sigh. "Don't mind them. They're both idiots. This is Genji and Ryoji." She looked at her teammates. "Guys, this is Kiba. We were in the same class at the academy." Shino nodded. "Yamanaka. It's been a while." Hinata was cowering behind him. She returned the gesture and greeted him. "Hey. How have you guys been?" A tiny voice muttered, "I think he sucked out her soul," from behind Shino. Ino furrowed her brow. "Any of you guys know what's up with the Hyuga? I've been getting the eye from all of them since they showed up." "Hinata, you know anything about why they might be mad at me?" The girl poked her head around the bug nin's coat. "They can see that you don't have a spirit. Did Naruto bite you on the neck? Did it hurt? Did he drink your blood? Was it just a little, or all of it?" Her eyes went a little wide. "Bite me on the neck? No. Gross. What are you talking about?" Kiba rolled his eyes. "Don't mind her. She thinks Uzumaki is some sort of monster." The blonde girl cocked her head. "Well, he is kind of sadistic. I suppose I could see why she might think that." Genji looked down at her. "Who is Uzumaki?" She glanced at him. "He's the Junin of my team." "I can't really say more." The dog made a confused sounding whine and Kiba cocked his head. "Huh? Why not?" Ryoji frowned at the trio. "Don't go getting too friendly. We're going to be out to get you here shortly, just like everyone else." Kiba grinned. "Yeah, don't get your hopes up. We're not weak, you know." Genji snorted. "Yeah. Well, don't expect to get past the second exam this year, kid." Shino furrowed his brow a bit at the two crass-looking older boys with Ino. "Charming." Yugito called out over the crowd. "All right. Listen up, I've only got time to explain this once. You'll all be getting a waiver. There will be death in this exam. There's always at least a few fatalities. We're not going to be held responsible for any of it. You don't sign the waiver, you don't get through the gates." She handed them to the genin closest to her and they started handing them out. "All right, everyone got one? You'll hand them to the guard at the gate when you enter. Now listen up." She moved over to a nearby boulder and stood on top of it. "These are the rules for the exam. Inside this enclosure are 3 mountains." She pointed back at the 3 nearest peaks. "The fence surrounds them all, and you must remain inside for the entirety of the exam." The genin were all looking up at her. At the peak of each mountain you will find a small building. Inside is a Kumo Nin. When you reach the peak, they will give you a single key. She held a set of 3 keys up. Here's where it gets interesting. The genin shifted and looked on. Each team will get 1 key. You have to show up with all 3 members of your team, or you won't be receiving one. The blonde woman put the keys in her pocket and grinned. There are only 6 sets of keys. Each mountain has a different key at the peak. Once they've all been collected, there will be a sign on the door informing you. Tampering with the signs once posted is off limits. You also aren't permitted to use genjutsu or post a fake to fool other teams of this. The only way to get a key once they've been collected is to take them from another team. Trading is permitted, so you don't have to fight to get them if you find a team willing to part with a duplicate. However, in order to complete the exam, you need a complete set of all 3 keys. The woman reached into her pocket and pulled out a map. She tapped the center of the three mountains. There's a small valley in the center of the three mountains. Inside that valley you will find a bunker. You need all 3 keys to open the door to enter and complete the exam. She tossed her braided hair and smirked. You've got exactly 5 days to complete this task. No one is permitted to enter or leave the grounds until the exam is complete. You will be in there for all 5 days. Any team who has not entered the bunker by the end of 5 days will fail. There are only enough keys for half of the teams to pass, and I don't expect that every set will make it. She put her hand on her hip and smirked. Are there any questions? She looked around and nodded as no one spoke up. Good. You'll all be assigned a starting gate. Hand the waiver to the guard you meet there and you will be allowed in once the signal is given that everyone is in place. Each team sent a representative to the front. The woman held out a black cloth bag. Take a number and that will be your assigned gate. The gates are in ascending order to the right. There are 15 gates, so higher numbers will reach the gate sooner by moving to the left. Ino gave a small sigh. Well, if we hurry we might be able to get 2 of the keys without a fight. I doubt we'll be able to get all 3 before they run out. Genji looked a little pale. Hurry? Ryoji frowned. I'd rather fight for the 2 than run around the mountains after you again. It was bad enough the last time. The blonde girl narrowed her eyes at them. Don't be such wussies. Are you saying you can't keep up with a girl? The brunette grimaced. A girl, yes. You, no way. The black-haired boy crossed his arms. He's right. You're inhuman. She tossed her hair. No, you jerks are just weak. I say we can get 2 keys if we hurry, and that's what we're going to do, or would you rather argue about it and just have me make you do it? They both glared at her for a moment and she stared right back. Ryoji looked away and crossed his arms. We're not going to be any good in a fight if we can't stand because we've been chasing your skinny butt all over those mountains. Genji nodded. He's right, just take it easy. If we can get 2, great. We're not going to be any good if we're too tired to do anything if we run into trouble. Ino rolled her eyes and lifted her nose. Like you'd do any good anyway. Just come on, we'll see. We're not going to slack off just because you 2 guys are lazy. We're going to get as many keys as we can as fast as we can. Even if I have to drag you both. She stomped off to get their position from Yugito. The larger of the 2 boys tugged at his mace. What is with this chick? I wish I could just club her. Just shut up and do what she wants. We've got no choice in the matter. Genji frowned at him. Ryoji just slapped his back. She's right, you know. You are a wuss. The brown-haired boy glared at him. No, I just realized letting her have her way hurts less. Shut the hell up, she's bad enough when we don't piss her off. Ino almost skipped over. Look, we're at gate 7. My lucky number. Come on you dopes. We should hurry. The black-haired boy growled at her. What? No, we shouldn't. You're going to be having us run all over the place once this gets started. Just relax, would you? Genji followed after them both. He's right. Just relax, would you? We've got plenty of time. It'll be bad enough once we get going. We should take the opportunity to relax while we can. Ino gave a small sigh. All right, fine. Don't forget, if I fail because of you 2 idiots, I'm going to kill you. She seemed quite cheerful as she skipped away towards their gate. Ryoji hung his head and trudged after her. This sucks. The brunette sighed and did the same. Do you think she means that? The black-haired boy shrugged. Who cares? If she's going to, I wish she would just do it and get it over with. Neji was making his way with his team towards their gate. He looked over his shoulder and found Ayume moving by nearby with her team. The girl glanced at him and nodded. He looked at Tenten and Lee and spoke up. Hey, go on ahead. I'll catch up. He walked over to the girl and saw that she had done the same for her team. The girl smirked. Well, it's been a while, cousin. I'm pretending to wish you luck, but I'm really curious about what got into Koga. Her cousin shrugged. He's a monk. I can't say I can blame him. She nodded. Nishi and I have already spoken about this matter. This is our first opportunity, and we shouldn't waste it. He nodded. You two do as you like. I'm making my move in the finals. The girl seemed a little surprised. You may not get the... I have no doubt I will. He turned and started to move off, but she grabbed his shoulder. You're not getting cold feet, are you? That doesn't seem like you. It's bad enough Koga left, but... He glanced back at her and jerked his shoulder out of her grip. I'll do what I must. Don't worry. I don't expect you to succeed, though I won't complain if you do. I'm not chasing ghosts around these mountains. If you want to waste your time, feel free. I'll take my chances on catching her when she can't just vanish. Ayume gave a rough snort of laughter. Vanish? I had heard that your gift is particularly strong. I guess that was just a rumor. She won't escape. Neji just continued to walk away. We'll see. Maybe we'll meet again in the finals. Good luck with your hunt. You'll need it. If you'll excuse me, I've got to get back to my team. The girl just sighed. I wonder what got into him. He's always been a bit of a jerk, but he's not usually this bad. Oh well. Orders are orders. Looks like it's just me and Nishi for now. She moved off to catch up to her own team. Yamanaka Ino scowled at the two Moronish people who were following her. They were heading toward the first mountain after entering the arena. For a split second, she peered over her shoulder and saw that they were both elbowing each other in the shoulder. Idiots. Genji realized and grunted. What? We're keeping up, aren't we? Ryoji gave himself a backslap. Yeah. Quit complaining. The girl had to stay with them both, which irritated her. Having created 2 shadow clones, her endurance had increased and she could sustain 2 of them for multiple hours. Although they were difficult to make, once they could stay together for several hours. On the final night of her most recent mountain training, she had come to this realization. She had clones running around, neither of the boys knew that, and if she disappeared and left them to their own ways, she'd found that they would slow down. She had to continue to be seen, or else they would both become even more sluggish idiots. Her clones were both moving in the direction of the other mountains when she said, "Just come on. I want to get our first key before nightfall. We've only got a few more hours." Though she had thought of setting traps, she had concluded that it would be best to let other teams obtain the other 2 keys, follow one of them, and take one of each. I'm glad that sadistic jerk isn't here, he'd probably make me try and steal all of them. She reduced her speed and Ryoji shifted to her side. What's up? You sure are grouchy. The girl's expression was serious. There's another team nearby. No one has any keys yet, so I don't think we've got anything to worry about yet. The boy with brown hair nodded. Yeah. No one should be interested in a conflict yet. From the shadows, a voice asked, so sure of that? It was feminine and youthful. 2 nin, both boys wearing Konoha forehead protectors, emerged. One of them had sky blue hair and an enormous, oversized shuriken on his back. Knock it off, Ayume. His eyes were cool gray, and his build was average. The other had his green hair chopped short and was dressed in a long, loose robe. He had glasses on his face. He carried a pair of trench cutters. His gold eyes scowled at the opposing group, right? There's no point in fighting yet. Maybe later. Genji turned to face them, unimpressed, crossing his arms and running a thumb across his nose. Ryoji watched from behind him and didn't appear to be concerned either. What's the deal then? You want something? He asked. Between her 2 teammates, a girl leapt down from between the trees. Her body was wiry and thin, her black hair cut short. She was a Hyuga. Just curious who we ran into. You can't be too careful, you never know who might be trying to stab you in the back out here. Seeing that the girl was staring directly at her, Ino narrowed her eyes. You trying to say something? Ayume, was it? The young lady gave a nod. Yeah. Don't go thinking we'll go easy on you when we meet again. I've heard about you. You're Yamanaka Ino. The fair-haired girl scowled. She turned to face her and asked, heard about me? Well, I've not heard of you. Why have you been giving me the eye? Ever since we got here, you and the other Hyuga have been glaring at me. What the hell is the problem anyway? I don't know any Hyuga. Ayume gave a snort. She turned away and gestured for the boys to follow her, saying, me, be interested in you? Don't be stupid. You're nothing, I doubt you even make it to the finals. See you around. One of them muttered, what's up with her? And looked back. How should I know? The boy with green hair complained. Maybe they both wore the same dress once or something. I watched Ino's two teammates. Come on. Ryoji was observing the whereabouts of the other team. What's with them? Genji gave a nod. Yeah. Something is up. The blonde gave a shrug. Not sure. I think you're right though. Just come on. We need to hurry up before the keys are gone. Team Yugo was climbing the steep incline of the rocky side of one of the mountains about 2 hours later. Instead of climbing a sheer cliff face, they were making their way to the top by pulling themselves around and up the sides of large boulders. Ino snarled, glaring back at her two friends. Come on you jerks. Keep up. About 10 feet behind her, walking at a steady pace, were Ryoji and Genji. They weren't battling, but it wasn't easy for them to follow her. The boy with black hair gave her a fierce look. Quit disappearing. How are we supposed to follow you if you keep vanishing? He moved up beside him and pulled himself over a small boulder, and the boy with brown hair gasped. How the hell does she do that anyway? Her eyes rolled. You both know where we're going. You don't need to see me to get there. Keep moving, we all need to be together when we get there. Ryoji shaded his eyes from the sun by squinting and placing his hand over his forehead. Hey, I saw someone ahead of us. Genji gave a blink. Ahead of us? The bigger boy gave a nod. Yeah, hiding in the rocks up above. I only caught a glimpse, but there's definitely someone there. With a growl, Ino glared in his direction of vision. Great. An ambush? What for? No one has any keys yet. Look, you two keep moving. I'm going to go check it out. Genji's eyes widened. He ducked behind a big boulder and yanked Ryoji along, exclaiming, look out. Ino looked up, gasping, and became a blur. Huge boulders were raining down the mountainside in the direction of the group. She moved with remarkable speed, swerving just in time to avoid getting hit by two of the big stones that crashed and rumbled past. She ducked under another smaller stone the size of her chest and moved between two of the larger ones. Using her feet to propel herself forward, she pushed past another obstacle of comparable size, causing additional stones and debris to tumble behind her and clatter down the mountainside. A moment later, she was well hidden, and she narrowed her eyes to see that her team had succeeded in finding cover and was making their way up the mountain to the right. Narrowing her eyes, she glanced up in the direction the stones had come from. Someone was staring directly at the two boys from the mountainside. He averted his gaze and scanned the surroundings, hoping to find her as well. She could only make out that he had long black bangs that trailed down the sides of his face. She moved silently through the shadows to where he was standing. Who the hell is that jerk? What the hell is he doing? It took her no more than 20 minutes to flank him. He continued to glare down the mountain. His fists were balled up, and she could see he was watching Ryoji and Genji. He shifted and she waited silently behind him, her eyes narrowing. Where the hell is she? I can see the others, but she just vanished. Is she masking her chakra? He asked. I don't care about them, but sooner or later she's got to get back together with them. Slippery brat, one of the other two must have spotted me. She's got to be down there somewhere. She must know how to hide her chakra, but sooner or later she's got to move, and I'll have her. Hey, there's no way she can move well enough to climb this mountain without chakra. He wrapped a kunai around his finger and laughed. His other cheek struck the boulder he was hiding behind before he realized the foot had slammed into the side of his face from behind his back. As he struggled to turn, he was struck in the abdomen and a hand was forced into the base of his chin before he could respond. After a 4-foot fall onto the top of a boulder, the unfortunate boy landed on his back and cried out in pain. Gah! Shit! Ino had her arms crossed and was glaring down at him. An ambush? She exclaimed as she saw the leaf symbol on his forehead protector, which caused her eyes to widen and harden simultaneously. Beneath her, he stumbled to his feet and looked up with his well-known white eyes, growling and holding his side. With 2 fingers outstretched, he lunged forward and leapt at her, saying, "You shouldn't have let me get up." She turned over his head and landed on the rock he had fallen onto, dodging a kick that was intended to catch her, and using one hand to catch his ankle, she slammed her fist dead in his crotch. The boy managed to jerk his foot free from her grasp, turning very red and staggering back holding himself. Ino's expression was snarly and menacing. "What are you doing? Why are you after me? What the hell is going on here? I heard you, you're only after me. What the hell? What did I ever do to you?" Even though the boy was not happy, he had recovered as she yelled at him. Without replying, he launched an assault. This time, the girl resisted his blows by holding her ground. He was prodding her with his fingers, and although he succeeded in doing so a few times, he was struck in the face and abdomen as a result of his efforts. Instead of just taking it all in, Ino was able to avoid the majority of the strikes. After receiving a few blows, she massaged the areas on her arms and sides where he had caught hold of her. She could feel a few tiny bruises the same size on her side and belly, and there were irksome purple marks on her forearms. She felt oddly less tired than before. The boy gave her a fierce look. He rushed to her and swept his hands and feet, saying, "You're going to die." She swerved and shifted to avoid him, her movements unimpeded by his earlier blows. After he jumped back, she took a few strikes to her legs and discovered that the burning she had experienced during her ascent had subsided. He appeared somewhat bewildered and irate. With his hands raised, he charged again, saying, "What the hell? I know. I hit her. I know it. I didn't miss." After spinning into a hooking kick, Ino struck his cheek and buried his head into the side of a boulder. "Cut it out, you jerk. What the hell are you doing?" The boy stumbled up again, scowling and growling. He lunged forward once more, this time brandishing a pair of kunai and declaring, "I won't fail. You'll die." Ino gasped and snapped to attention. As he swiped at her over her head and shaved the ends of a few strands of hair, she pressed both her palms into his belly. She took one of the kunai from his grasp and twisted it into a lock before he could pull his arms back. With the other knife, the boy attempted to coerce her into releasing him, but she deflected the blow with her forearm and then twisted while holding the other knife. The boy let out a painful scream as she jabbed at him. She stabbed him through his palm, leaving the other knife clattering away across the rocks. She let go of him and moved away. The boy was glaring at her while clutching his hand. With his free hand reaching for another kunai, he charged at her, saying, "You bitch. You just don't get it. You're not going to live long enough to return to Konoha." With a spin, Ino kicked out and struck his injured hand. Beside him, the kunai was impaled in the boulder and pinned to it. He pulled at it while screaming angrily. The weapon was firmly embedded in the stone, which was roughly 5 times bigger than the man. The girl gave him a jaw-smacking punch. She looked down the mountain, a little wide-eyed, and said, "What the hell are you talking about? Why are you trying to kill me? What's going on here? The other Hyuga, they've all been watching me. Are they trying to kill me too? What is this? Explain yourself." The boy growled at her and glared as he struggled to free the knife, causing his forehead protector to come off. He was too weak from fighting to get it out because it was so deeply embedded. "You're as good as dead. You just don't know it yet." With a shocked look on her face, Ino took another step back. "What? Who are you? What do you want with me?" I said, "Explain yourself. You just tried to kill me. You know damn well we don't have any keys yet and I'm a Konoha-nin. Explain yourself, or you're in serious trouble." The boy seemed to relax, screamed in pain, and pulled at his hand. He attempted to hurl a large handful of shuriken at Ino by reaching into his shirt and saying, "I'm not going to explain anything to you. You stupid bitch, just die." However, the girl reacted first, scuttling and lunging at him. But instead of hitting him, she struck the boulder's side. The young man's eyes widened, and he let out a gasp of terror as his throwing weapons shot wildly into the air. He was hauled off his feet and dragged with the boulder still attached to him. With a furrowed brow, Ino watched as it toppled, him wedged on the side. It went over the side of a big rock approximately 100 yards below. Under the stone, a spray of red shot out on all sides. It had fallen squarely on top of him, and the force of the impact had reduced his entire upper body, including his hita, to a red paste. The arm of the Hyuga boy swung away from what was left. His crotch and legs were all that remained of him, along with his severed arm that was still pinned to the side of the large stone and swung back and forth, dripping blood onto the smaller stones. With a pale face and wide eyes, Genji stumbled up to her side. "Holy shit. You killed him." Ryoji was staring at the remnants with his mace out. "Good riddance. The jerk tried to do the same to us." Gazing down at her feet, Ino examined the forehead protector. The leaf symbol had a few blood drops on it. She bit a lip, trembling, but straightened up and shook her head. "Come on. They said there would be death, and there was." The boy with brown hair peered down at it. "Konoha? He was a leaf nin?" Ryoji gave a startled gasp. "What? That's crazy. Why would a leaf nin try to kill us? We don't even have any keys yet." "There's no." He turned to Ino. "What's going on?" The girl shook her head and used the back of her hand to wipe her eyes. She had a slight shiver, but her eyes were not moist. She sniffed and gave him a mean look. "I'm not sure. I think the Hyuga are trying to kill me. He wasn't after the two of you, just me. I heard him muttering about it when I sneaked up on him. Something is going on here, and I am to find out what." She threw her hair back and concentrated. "First things first, we need to pass this exam. That's one less team competing for keys." The boy with brown hair raised an eyebrow. "The Hyuga are trying to kill you? What did you do?" With a nod, his larger companion put away his weapon. "Right. That's crazy. We're Konoha nin. It doesn't make sense." She nodded and continued walking. She frowned coldly and glanced back at them, saying, "You're right, it doesn't. I need to find out what's going on here. I don't even know any Hyuga. The only ones I've ever met are Neji and Hinata, and I've never spoken to either of them. I don't get it, there's no reason for this. It doesn't make sense." Genji turned to look at the body again. Maybe he was just crazy? Had some sort of obsessive crush or something? Ryoji folded his arms. "Well, I guess that would make some sense. I doubt the Hyuga are trying to kill you. It was probably just him." The young lady gave a nod. "I hope you're right, but I doubt it. Look, you two noticed yourselves. They've all been glaring at me since they got here." The brunette appeared to consider it. "She's right. Still, that doesn't mean they want to kill you." The boy with black hair moaned. "What about that Ayun chick we ran into? She was acting weird, pretty hostile. I think there may be something to this." His companion gave him a sideways head scratch. "Doesn't make sense though. Why would the Hyuga clan do something like that? Wouldn't they get in trouble? Isn't that murder or something?" The bigger lad shut his eyes. "Not here. We're all fair game in the exams. If you're going to kill someone, this is the perfect opportunity. No one will ask any questions. I don't expect anyone will say anything to us about whoever that was that just got creamed by that rock." With a swift movement, Ino tackled him. Her wet cheeks hissing, she began to move ahead of them quickly, saying, "Show a little respect for the dead." He looked reprimanded as he rubbed his jaw. "Geez, sorry. Didn't know you cared so much about the guy that just tried to kill us." On his shoulder, Genji tugged. "Just shut up and come on." We need to watch our backs too, you know. Just cause they're after her, doesn't mean they wouldn't mind if we got. Yeah? As the ground gave way beneath his feet, Ryoji's hand shot out and grasped his friend. His feet dangled over the bottom of the spiked pit, where the brunette was glaring. Thanks. Ahead of them, there was a loud crack and a whipping sound. After the bigger boy helped his friend out of the hole, they both ran in the direction of the sound. Once again, Ino's cheeks were dry, and she was examining a branch tipped with spikes and storing a kunai. She was examining a tripwire that she had cut. She ran her finger along the bark where the branch had been bent back, saying, This has been here a while. She looked at the two and said, at least a week, I'd say. Careful, seems the mountain is booby-trapped. Genji let out a little sigh. We noticed. His partner gave a nod. Yeah. We'll have to watch our step, and it's going to slow us down even more. The blonde nodded, appearing to be quite at ease. Yeah. Can't be helped. Keep your eye out for traps, but if you find any, don't disarm them. They'll slow other teams up too. The Kumo Nin set these up for the exam. After another 2 hours or so, the sun appeared as an orange sphere in the far off sky. A tiny shack, no bigger than an outhouse and made of just a few boards, stood in front of the group. Genji was hunched over, hands on his knees, gasping. Hey, we made it. Wonder if there's any keys left. Both of them appeared exhausted, but Ryoji grunted he was tired too, and they still had plenty of energy to keep going. I don't see any tracks. We might be the first ones here. A bald black Kumo Nin was sitting with his cheek in his palm and a magazine in his hand when Ino walked up. He nodded, glancing at them as he saw the three come closer. He slid a single key across the little counter and toward her without saying anything. She accepted it and nodded slightly before turning away. Come on. As they turned away, both boys cast a quick glance back at the little shack. That was simple, Genji said. Ryoji gave a grunt. I dunno, I was expecting a riddle or another trap or something, I guess. Ino shrugged. Sometimes the objective is just that simple. I've learned that often the hard part is just getting to it. The bigger boy pulled at the handle of his mace. You know, you've sure gotten quiet since this started. His partner with long hair gave a nod. Yeah. You wouldn't shut up for 5 minutes in the village. Now you've not said much of anything for half the day. Not that I'm complaining, but it's weird. The girl inclined her head, nearly turning to face them, but not quite. We're on the job, and I'm being hunted. Come on, we're heading for the bunker. Ryoji gave a blink. Huh? We've only got one key. His shorter companion gave a nod. That's right. How are we going to get inside with just one? Once more, she turned her back on them and began to move. Let me worry about that. Kiba was smiling as he leaned against a tree and observed his two friends. They had gone for the central peak and had just arrived at the mountain's base once more. Well, what now? We've got one key. Should we try to make it up another mountain? They asked themselves. Shino appeared to consider it while crossing his arms. I'm not sure that would be wise. There were a lot of traps. The canine instructor chuckled. Looking down at the dog, he said, no problem, Akamaru is an ace at spotting traps. Right? The dog barked at him. See, no problem. Hinata intertwined her fingers. We should do all right. We've made good time so far. The bug Nin cleared his nose with his glasses. I think we're better off trying to get our keys from other groups. It would take a lot of time to climb the other two mountains, and don't forget I had to save you and Akamaru from more than one of those traps. Kiba gave him a scowl. It was just the once, and Akamaru didn't spot that stupid branch trap because it was so high off the ground. The Hyuga girl blushed slightly and looked away. Well, there was that rope trap we had to cut you and Akamaru down from. The canine instructor thrust his hands into his coat pockets. He sighed slightly and said, well, Akamaru knows better now. They baited it with that dead rabbit. You're right though. It would take too long to try and climb the other two mountains. Shino gave a nod. He didn't notice the hand slip into his coat pocket from the bushes and slipped the key out of his pocket, saying, "We should set up an ambush then. I can set up a perimeter." Never the wiser, Kiba shook his head. "Nah. We're better off using Akamaru's nose to track another team down. If we just wait in one spot, we might not find the right set of keys. We can cover more ground and get more chances moving around by tracking." His partner repositioned his shades. "Maybe, but we also run the risk of being ambushed ourselves." Hinata looked thoughtful. "I think Kiba is right. We should keep moving for now. We can set up an ambush after we have another key, near to the bunker. By then, our chances of getting what we need will improve." The tall bug trainer nodded. "All right. That's reasonable." Kiba grinned. "Right, who knows, we might get lucky and find someone who has both keys we need." He patted Akamaru on his head. "Come on boy, let's find us some keys." Shino gave a small sigh. "We can't be reckless. Calm down, would you?" Hinata shook her head and smiled as she hung back behind her team. Kiba looked back from where Akamaru had his nose to the ground. "Come on, we need to get moving. There's not much light left, and we need to find a place to camp." Neither one of them noticed a pair of slender hands reach out from the bushes behind Hinata. The hands wrapped around her mouth and dragged her into the bushes. The Hyuga girl tried to cry out, but the sound was muffled and she ended up with nothing but a muffled squeak. Yamanaka Ino was glaring at her with a kunai to her throat and her finger on her lips. "Keep quiet or I'll slit your throat." The white-eyed girl looked on with wide eyes and gave a slow nod. Her captor grabbed her collar and dragged her away through the brush in silence. A moment later, the Hyuga girl almost had the wind knocked out of her as her back was slammed against the trunk of a tree. Ino pushed against her throat and lifted her feet off the ground. Hinata's eyes became wet as she gasped and choked in her captor's grip. She was terrified and shaking. "No. Please. Don't. Don't hurt me." The blonde snarled. "Shut up. I've got questions for you, Hyuga." She pushed a bit harder against her neck, silencing her frightened whimpers. "Why are the Hyuga after me?" The girl was holding onto her forearms and struggling to breath. I don't. What? What do you mean? A Hyuga boy tried to kill me. That Ayume girl is after me too. All of you have been giving me the eyes since we got here. What's going on? You know something, I know you do." Ino shook her in her grip and loosened her chokehold enough to let her breathe enough she wouldn't pass out. She pulled out a kunai again and put it up to her cheek. "Why are the Hyuga trying to kill me? What did I do?" Hinata was shaking. "I don't know what you're talking about." Ino stabbed the kunai into the tree trunk beside her head. "I don't believe you. Something is going on. I've spotted that girl Ayume following those two idiots on my team. She's abandoned her own team to do it. What the hell is going on here? Why are the Hyuga hunting me?" The white-eyed girl cringed as she looked at the knife. "Soulless monster. Stop. I don't know. I don't know anything. Please." The blonde girl was frustrated and hissed at her captive. "I've already killed one Hyuga today. Another doesn't mean much. What do you know about this, Hinata?" The girl was choking again and struggled to speak. The Byakugan was going full bore and the veins around her eyes were bulging. All she could see was a dark shadow closing its cold grip around her throat. She made a few wheezing sounds and tried to pry the soulless girl's hands free. Ino pulled her off the tree trunk and slammed her back into it. "Talk, you bitch. Tell me why a clan from my own village wants me dead. I don't even know any Hyuga. How did I offend them? What the hell is going on? If you've been sent here to kill me, you owe me an explanation." The frightened girl's eyes grew wider as the monster snarled at her in a rage. "Don't. Take my soul. You can't. I won't let." Her hands thrust out and jabbed at her attacker. Ino grunted in discomfort and growled as she tightened her grip. Hinata's hands fell to her sides. No. How? She saw the flash of her attacks, the chakra flow into her body, only to be consumed by the darkness within her. It can't be. Vampire. Ino looked disgusted and loosened her grip. I'm only going to ask you one more time. Why are you trying to kill me? What does the Hyuga clan have to gain from killing me? I've done nothing to them. I don't even know them. A shadow that can't be seen. Hinata's head slumped down. My blood. Don't. The blonde growled as her captive passed out. She snorted and pulled her kunai free of the tree. Vampire, huh? What the hell? Crazy bitch. She frowned and dropped the limp girl on her rear. After a moment of glaring, Ino put her hand on her hip and stared in frustration at her for a moment. She spun the weapon around in her hand and almost put it away as she turned to leave. She frowned and glared at the passed-out girl again. Well, you want vampires? You got it. Hey. She was frustrated with her and angry that her family was trying to kill her. She knelt down beside the girl, turned her head to the side, and poked 2 small holes into the side of her throat with the tip of the weapon. Blood dripped down the side of her neck and Ino chuckled as she wiped the weapon off on her chest. She took her fingers and smudged them with the dripping fluid from Hinata's neck. After a moment of consideration, she wiped it around her lips and chin and shook the passed-out girl's shoulder. Hinata's eyes fluttered open. What? Her eyes went very wide as she saw Ino looking at her with a smirk on her face. Now, I'm going to ask you again. What do you know? You'd better answer me, cause I'm still hungry, and I've still got lots of room to finish you off. The reaction was not what she expected. The Hyuga girl's hand went to her throat, she felt the warm sticky fluid, pulled her hand away and looked at it. Her eyes darted up to the evil grin on Ino's face. She pushed herself against the tree trunk, opened her mouth, and screamed at the top of her lungs in horror. Hinata, Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino all rushed from the bushes. The dog was tracking their teammate down, and pointed. The hackles on its shoulders rose and it gave a deep growl. Ino looked over her shoulder at them and growled. Shit. The bug nin staggered to a stop and froze in place. What the hell? Kiba balled up his fists. You'd better not have hurt her. He went blank. Ino, what the hell? Shino stepped forward and he spoke in an even tone. Tiny black insects were emerging from his coat and swarming. Get away from her. Akamaru charged with his fangs bared, but the blonde girl hopped over him, pushed off the animal's back and landed on the branches above the scene. She squatted down and grinned at them all from above. Shino nodded towards the frightened girl and saw the blood on her throat. Their teammate was shaking and looked to be in shock. She's been injured. The hysterical girl was clutching her throat and had tears flowing down her cheeks. She bit me. She bit me. I don't want to die. No. Kiba noticed what was smudged around the blonde girl's lips. Holy shit. She's not joking. You sick bitch. Ino jumped away as kunai and shuriken landed in her former position. What can I say? I've been out here a while and I got hungry. Kiba and Shino put themselves between her and Hinata. Akamaru was on his side and whimpering with his tail between his legs. The dog rolled back to its feet and looked up to growl at her as it backed away and looked defensive. The bug nin narrowed his eyes. Got you. The blonde girl gasped as she turned her head and noticed the large swarm of insects flow over her. Gross. Kiba was inspecting the wound on Hinata's neck. No way. This is nuts. The bleeding had stopped, but the marks were clear. Get her, Shino. The taller nin nodded. She'll be drained dry of chakra in a moment. Wonder if she's got any keys? He paused and turned his head towards his swarm. Wait, something isn't right. The blonde girl walked right out of the swarm of confused bugs and jumped away from them onto another branch. She was violently brushing at her clothes. Ew. Get em off me. Disgusting. Yah. She shook herself off and shivered as she took a few steps back, looking cautious of the swarm. It didn't chase after her and crawled about the branches, covering her former foothold in black shiny spots. She squatted down and watched them for a moment while holding her chest and gasping for breath. Shino was shocked. His jaw was hanging and he took a step back. Impossible. They should have drained her dry. They'd never let her go until they drained enough to make her pass out at least. There's no way. They don't even see her. She jabbed her finger at him and snarled. I'm gonna get you for covering me in disgusting bugs, you jerk. With that she jumped into the shadows and seemed to disappear into thin air. Kiba had his arm across Hinata's shoulder. She's not hurt bad, but that bitch. Wait, what? The Hyuga girl glared at him and pushed his arm off. Don't you get it? She's a vampire. She's undead and doesn't have chakra. Kiba grunted. That's crazy. How's she running around then? Geez, Hinata, it's gross that she bit you, but... Shino was looking at the insect sitting on his finger. No. She's right. Yamanaka Ino has no chakra. What the hell? The dog trainer called Akamaru over. Come on, we'll track her down and make her suffer. That brat. Don't be stupid. The taller boy shook his head. No, my friends have confirmed this. They could find no energy within her. As if she was dead. The dog whined. Kiba frowned at him. Don't you start too. Come on now, we've seen her in the daylight before. If she's a vampire, then how's she running about in the sun and all? He crossed his arms. Vampires in Konoha? That's just crazy. Shino gave a shrug. Well, what if that part isn't true? Kiba, look at the wounds on Hinata's neck. You saw her. Her face was covered in blood. Hinata can't see any chakra, my insects couldn't find any to drain from her, and she's vanished into thin air. Even Hinata's Byakugan can't see her. How would you explain it? Kiba worked his jaw, his eyes went wide. Wait. No way. That's just... You think? He looked over at the girl. What happened? I'm not sure. She was angry and said my clan was trying to kill her. I think father knows what she is, what he is. Shino cocked his eyebrow. He? The girl nodded and clutched at her throat. Team 7. All of them are vampires. Naruto, he's the one. He's the one who started this. When he made that deal with that monster, it turned him into one too. It took out his soul and made him into the undead. Now he wants all of Konoha. The dog boy shook his head. This is crazy. Naruto? Look, he's a little weird, and no one knows much about him, but... A vampire? Kiba looked at Hinata. What's this about the Hyuga now? They're trying to kill her? The girl flushed. I don't know anything about it, she thinks so. I think. She killed my cousin Nishi. She thinks Ayume is after her, and she attacked me, and interrogated me, and drank my blood. The dog trainer looked a bit disgusted. Really? Gross. Look, vampires. You know what? Let the Hyuga deal with it. Let's just get out of here and find another key. Shino gave a sigh and nodded. Right, regardless, we should continue with the exam. Hinata was clutching at her neck. I don't want to turn into a vampire. She bit me. What do I do? Kiba seemed to think about it. Look, I think I read somewhere they have to make you drink their blood or something for that to happen. You should be all right. He looked at Shino. We should keep an eye on her though. The girl blinked. What? Shino gave a nod. He's right. There's nothing we can do, and we have to worry about the exams. We only need 2 more K. He had just put his hand into his pocket, took it out, and patted at his sides. Oh shit. Kiba squeezed his eyes shut. Man, don't tell me. Please don't say it. The taller boy blushed. Our key is gone. The dog trainer balled up his fist and growled. That bitch. Akamaru made a half-whine half-growl in response and hung his head. Shino shook his head. Well, I'm not about to go running around after her. Come on, we need to get moving. Hinata was quivering and sniffled. I don't want to be undead. Kiba gave a heavy sigh. Just relax, would you? You'll be fine. I'm still not sure about this vampire crap anyway. Shino gave her a reassuring look and nodded. Come on. You'll be fine, and we can't stay here. The dog trainer growled. Next time we get a key, I'm holding it. As the sun set, the team walked into the woods, each keeping a close eye on their female teammate as the sun vanished below the mountains. Genji and Ryoji both looked on as two more Ino walked out of the woods. They had just arrived at the bunker, and were both looking annoyed with her. They were in the woods surrounding the building in the brush and watching the area around them for signs of other teams. Their jaws dropped as both of the blonde girls walked up to the one standing with them and handed her a key. After that, they vanished in a puff of smoke. Ino frowned. Great, all that and I didn't learn anything. The brown-haired boy worked his jaw. What happened? His companion seemed confused. Learn anything? Ino shrugged. I ambushed one of the Hyuga and slapped her around. Didn't learn anything, I still don't know what the deal is with them. Genji cocked his head. Shadow clones? How did you manage that with a shadow clone? What the hell is this? She led them to the building and started unlocking the bolts on the door. None of your business. Come on, we're finished. Now we just have to worry about the finals. The trio walked in and left the treacherous mountains behind them. Yugito blinked as she looked at the Chunin who had walked into the small office she had taken up residence in. What? She had removed a set of headphones and kicked her feet off the top of the desk. The man stiffened up and put a set of tapes on her desk. The team under Azuki Yugo has completed the exam. The woman furrowed her brow and looked at the tape. Finished? It's only been 7 hours. The Chunin nodded and put a tape into the player. It showed Ino and her team entering the bunker. She cocked her head and arched her eyebrow. Wow, that's impressive. A new record. The Nin nodded and ejected the tape. There's more, one of the Hyuga is dead. Yugito frowned and crossed her arms. What? She narrowed her eyes. That could be trouble. What happened? The man started the tape. A few of our mountain surveillance cameras recorded it. The woman sat back and looked on as Yamanaka Ino brutally destroyed Hyuga Nishi in battle and killed him. I see. Interesting. Deaths are normal in the exams. I was told to be especially mindful of the Hyuga, but I would have brought this up anyway. It's most unusual. Yugito nodded and put the eraser of a pencil in her mouth. You're right. He attacked her. I wonder if there's bad blood between the Hyuga and this girl. Who is she? It's very odd, he attacked her alone. There was nothing to gain in the exam by this. It's something else. The Chunin nodded and put a set of 3 folders on her desk. Yamanaka Ino of Leaf. The Junin nodded. Yamanaka, I've heard of this clan, but I'm not very familiar. Perhaps some sort of family conflict? Her subordinate nodded. It seems likely. There's more. A few hours later, another Hyuga was attacked. He put in the 3rd tape which showed Hinata being abducted from behind her teammates and dragged off by Ino. Seems her team saved her, but she sustained injury. He put down a few still photos showing Hinata with blood on her uniform holding her neck. She looked at the photos and sat back. Seems the Hyuga have a rival in Konoha now. I wonder what caused it. Internal rivalries between clans aren't unusual, but it's been a long time since we've seen this sort of thing in the exams. Not that it matters much to us. Still, a rivalry between the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans is a surprise. The Chunin shook his head. I feel sorry for the Yamanaka clan then. The woman glanced at him. Do you? She stood up and walked out of the room. I wonder. Very interesting indeed. He looked confused and scratched his head. Ino, Genji, and Ryoji were standing in the hall looking at a message praising strength and fortitude. It was written by the Raikage and was intended to greet those who passed. Yugo was standing next to them with a grin on her face. You've all done very well. I look forward to seeing you in the finals. The proctor for the exam spoke up as she moved up to meet them. As do I. Very impressive. No one has ever completed this exam in less than 24 hours. The trio seemed pleased with themselves, and Ryoji and Genji both flushed a bit. They were being silent and hanging back. Neither was about to admit that Ino had far more to do with it than they did. Yugo put her hand on the blonde girl's shoulders. Well, I'm certain it will be interesting. Yugito gave her a friendly smile. Indeed. We'll all be very interested in watching it. She nodded to the Chunin standing guard nearby. We have some rooms prepared. You'll remain here until the exam is completed. Enjoy your stay. The Leaf Junin led her team towards the door and left Yugito standing next to the Chunin who had informed her. He'd followed her out after a moment. The woman glanced back at him and looked very serious. Get me Raikage. He looked surprised. Yes, ma'am. What should I tell him? The woman arched her eyebrow and frowned at him. You brought me the video and you don't know? It only confused him further. No? She smiled. Don't you get it? That girl sneaked up on two Hyuga, was unaffected by the gentle fist style, and killed a member of their clan with no difficulty. He opened his mouth and closed it. Huh? Yugito grinned and narrowed her eyes at the door the team had left the room through. The Yamanaka clan has developed a counter to the Byakugan. Not only that, but they've discovered a way to nullify the gentle fist style. I believe he will be very interested in hearing of this. Go get him right now. He nodded and rushed away. The exams were nearly over, 4 teams had made it to the bunker. One of Kumo's teams, Ino's team, and both of the remaining teams with Hyuga members on them. Ino was sitting at the table in a small cafeteria with her 2 teammates. She had her head hung and a small meal in front of her. Neji and Ayume were sitting across from her at the opposite table. Neji was ignoring her, Ayume was staring straight at her. Genji frowned at Ino. Hey, quit glaring. You'll only make it worse. She glanced at him, picked up her tray, walked over and sat down across from the 2 Hyuga. Hey. Neji looked over at her. Get lost. She smirked. Make me. Ayume growled. You're pretty brave. She turned her head away and kept eating. You're trying to kill me. The blonde leaned over her tray. I know about it. Your cousin had a big mouth. Neji chuckled. So, you met Nishi? I was wondering why he's not here. He hunched over his food. Ino glared at the girl who was looking away and ignoring her. I killed him. Both the Hyuga snapped around to look at her and neither one spoke. Ino didn't act like she noticed. Why are you after me? What's the problem? Ayume snarled. You're lying, Nishi. I should have gotten him to talk more first. I tried beating it out of Hinata, but she kept her mouth shut. She was giving them both a cold glare and eating in a casual manner as she spoke. Now it's just the 2 of you, and you both know damn well you can't touch me before the finals. Why are you trying to kill me? Trying? The female Hyuga had a rage in her eyes. I will kill you. Neji turned away. I'm surprised. I didn't think you'd kill him. Ino shrugged. Him or me? Care to explain why it came down to that? The boy shrugged again. What makes you think we can? If she doesn't kill you in the finals, I will. Make your preparations before the matches begin. Tenten and Rock Lee were both sitting in silence with their jaws hanging as they looked on. Ayum's 2 teammates slid further down the table and ignored the conversation on purpose. Lee leaned in. What is the meaning of this? What does she speak of? Neji frowned at him. Mind your own business, it's a family matter. Tenten turned away. Did the Yamanaka family do something to the Hyuga clan? The long-haired boy shoved some rice into his mouth. Don't worry about it. It's nothing for you to concern yourself with. Lee narrowed his eyes. If word of this returns to the Yamanaka clan, there could be trouble. Neji shrugged. It's the Chunin exams. If I kill her here, there can be no charges. Tenten glanced at him. Charges might be the least of your worries. It's obvious it's true. We overheard you. This is pretty close to murder, you know. What's going on? This is serious and you should know damn well the Yamanaka clan won't ignore it. Don't forget that Akamichi and Nara will back them up. Ayume narrowed her eyes at the girl. Are you going to tell on us then? We're protected by the rules of the exam. Lee shook his head. What makes you think the Yamanaka clan will care? Neji gave a half snort. What makes you think they'll risk moving against the Hyuga over it? It's perfectly legal. Rock gave a sigh and looked uncomfortable. Legal does not mean right. I find this very troubling. Ino hadn't moved and was listening in. You know. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Neither of you two jerks is strong enough to kill me. Sooner or later, I'm going to find out what this is about. Ayume leaned in. Do you intend to kill us then? The blonde girl didn't seem worried. Only if I have to. Neji gave her a nod. Good luck. I've got nothing against you personally, but I can't let you live either. Ino was frustrated by that. Why the hell not? What's the damn problem? I'd rather talk this out than end up killing you both. If you're going to try and kill me, you at least owe me an explanation for it. Neji poked at his food. It's over our heads. We're just the branch family. You should be able to figure out the rest on your own. Ino narrowed her eyes and stood up and returned to her table, leaving the group alone again. She was frustrated and angry at them both, but at least she'd picked up something out of the confrontation. Ayum's jaw dropped. He was pretty much explaining that the main branch had ordered it. She glared down at her plate and looked at him out of the corner of her eyes. What's his angle on this anyway? What's with him? She leaned in and whispered at him, what is wrong with you? Are you trying to get killed? He just gave a small sigh. The one I really want to fight isn't here. I could care less about Ino. The main branch is behaving like spoiled children who have seen another child with a better toy. Instead of adapting and improving their faults and correcting the flaws, they seek to break the other child's toy. It's pathetic. I'd rather grow stronger and overcome it. Lee hung his head as he thought on that. I see. I begin to understand this even if I cannot condone it. I intend to defeat her in the finals before either of you gets your chance. Tenten nodded. Well, I could care less. I'd rather not get dragged into it. It's none of my business. I don't intend to lose either though. Not to you, and not to her. She glanced over at Ayume. The Hyuga girl nodded. You'll lose, but I'll let you live. I'm only interested in Yamanaka's life. I could care less about yours. She didn't look pleased. Neji had pretty much announced what was going on without stating it directly. Hiyashi would not be pleased if he learned of it. She had no love for the main branch and had no intention of bringing it up, but that didn't change what might happen if Neji got caught either. It was late evening in the halls of the dorms within the bunker. The building was dark and silent, and two figures stood in the hall opposite each other conversing. Maida Guy frowned and crossed his arms as he stood in a hallway with Yugao. We have a problem. The woman gave a grave nod. Yes. I heard about Nishi. The man arched his eyebrow. Nishi? What of him? The kunoichi arched hers back. You first. Guy nodded. My student Lee brings disturbing news. It seems that Yamanaka Ino has done something to offend the Hyuga clan. I am told that they have death on their minds in the final exam. Yugao bit her lip and cursed. Shit. I was afraid of something like that. Nishi is dead. Yamanaka killed him. He apparently ambushed them by himself, and she managed to sneak up on him and gained the upper hand. They had a fight on one of the mountains in the second exam. It was unusual though. It was early on, and it didn't seem to be over any objective. He also did it alone. Guy got wide-eyed. What? I see. He shook his head. I do not think that is the root of this problem, rather a result of it. He gave a heavy sigh. I think this problem extends beyond the exams. Perhaps a rift between the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans? The woman narrowed her eyes. I've not heard anything about something like that. Lee spoke of a conversation between Neji, the girl Ayume, and Ino over lunch today. From what I understand, it seemed implied that the two young Hyuga are under some sort of order to eliminate her, using the rules of the exam as a shield. She apparently discovered this when she battled Hyuga Nishi and confronted them about it. I am to understand that is what provoked her to attack Hinata. The woman frowned again. Attack Hinata? I hadn't heard about that yet. Guy closed his eyes and leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. Yes. She apparently dragged her away from her team and assaulted her. I do not know the details, but Hinata sustained a small injury as a result. It is believed that Kiba and Shino intervened. I'll ask her about it. Yugo nodded and took the same position on the opposite wall. What's going on though? Doing something like this at the exams? Guy seemed to think about it. A perfect place for such an attack. The rules would protect the assassins from investigation, and there are no laws to prevent this sort of behavior. I intend to speak with Neji about this, but I am uncertain if it will do any good. As I said, it seemed implied that this was an order from within the clan. You and I both know of Neji's history, and he may not have an option but to obey. Yugo growled. I never did care much for the idea behind that seal. Any other time and this would be murder. The man worked his mind as he found himself with a frustrating dilemma. Odd though. No word of any problems between the two clans, not even in rumor. It's a big risk for the Hyuga, and I am left wondering who would order such a thing. The Kunoichi gave a nod. I concur. This might be a significant issue. Exams are rarely the end of things like this. It hasn't presented an issue in a long time. I've previously heard rumors of this kind of activity involving the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. But not in the previous 60 years. Even so, it was rather uncommon. Guy moved away from the wall. The situation does not favor the Yamanaka clan. There is not much hope for them against the Hyuga. It is still not in their favor, even with Akamiki and Nara's assistance. Yugo turned to face him. I'm not sure if that is actually true. Ino. No way. With a gasp, she covered her mouth with her hand. Guy's eyes narrowed. What is it? The female gave him a look. It's directly in front of us. Are you not understanding? The man gave a headshake. No, I don't. Describe. Consider what has transpired. Nishi was ambushed by Yamanaka Ino, who ambushed him by flanking him. She then succeeded in ambushing Hinata. She was aware that she was in enemy territory and ready for an attack. Guy clenched his hand. Hold on. An opposition to the Byakugan? It appeared to sink in suddenly. As strange as it sounds, that makes sense. Yugo gave a nod. Exactly. This isn't about clan affairs, in my opinion. This seems to be a conflict between Uzumaki's shinobi team and the Hyuga. She massaged her arm. I've seen them all get past the Hyuga before, but I can't say how or when. They've successfully avoided them, and I've seen it. The Byakugan served no purpose. I never considered the possibility that they could counter it. I simply assumed that they were trying to stay out of its line of sight. Guy gave a nod. Indeed. In the most recent Chunin exam, Naruto decisively defeated Neji. When I saw it, I thought it was a very skillful and impressive use of clones. I never once considered a counter-movement to the Byakugan. Yugo gave a headshake. It goes beyond that. I watched the video of her and Nishi fighting. She dealt with him quickly and also took multiple strikes. This counter not only works against the Byakugan but also against the gentle fist style. Guy considered it, and his thoughts drifted back to the tests. How could I have been so blind? Her eyebrows arched. Kunoichi. It appears that we have a major issue here. This won't end with the exam, in my opinion. Maeda concurred. Not at all. That's unlikely to be the case. The Hyuga have a serious issue, which is a clear reason to take action. The female gazed along the corridor. So, what do we do about it? Shutting his eyes, he pondered once more. A challenging inspiration. I am unable to remove them from the test. They now attend as individuals, and the only people who can leave are them. Of course, I'll let the Hokage know about this. It's important to bring this matter to her notice. Yugo scowled. Indeed. I concur. I'm hoping she can catch whoever is in charge of this. With his hands in his pockets, Guy turned to face her. Considering what is known and ought to be evident, Hiyashi would take action in such a case. Making it public will hinder him and provide a certain level of security for Uzumaki and his group. They cannot, in my opinion, trust the Hyuga clan. Any chance that is presented to address this will be taken. The female gave a nod. Indeed. They must be cautious around them. Guy looked away. I don't think this will result in much. Tomorrow we depart from Kumo, returning a month later. Not even the Hokage can alter the exam's regulations or deny the Hyuga clan this chance to act. She probably won't let anyone else know that she knows about this problem save Hiyashi. An order of silence on the subject is to be expected. He gave her a quick glance. Perhaps it would be best if Ino was suggested to return in the next exams? Yugo's eyes narrowed. Not a choice. She is not free to make the decision. Guy gave a nod. I see. Nevertheless, I am unable to prevent Neji from going to the finals. If this had been discovered earlier, I might have been able to take action, but now. The woman with violet hair grinned. All we can do is watch and see. The man moved a short distance. I don't think he'll mention this to Neji. It would be useless, and he'll go ahead and get ready for the finals on his own. The Kunoichi also turned away. If nothing else, it ought to be fascinating. I'll discuss it with Ino. The Hyuga can't be trusted, and she and her team should know this. She knows already, but I don't think she knows why. I've learned enough. The two adults froze, staring back at the blonde girl leaning against the wall. Yugo's eyes narrowed. How long have you been there? She grinned as she turned to face Yugo. I trailed you as you left the room. I was pretending to be asleep. She grinned and shrugged a little. I know Neji is on Guy's team because I saw him pass you that note earlier. And I knew enough about Lee to know that he would have something to say. He looks up to and has a great deal of faith in his master. Thus, it wasn't difficult to deduce what you were secretly discussing. I need to know why they're attempting to kill me. I do now. An opposition to the Byakugan? Oh. I suppose I never considered it in that light. I assumed it was not as remarkable as people claimed. But now that I think about it, it makes sense. The woman nodded, appearing to relax. She appeared unfazed. All right. I suppose I can't say that your training wasn't adequate. However, you should exercise caution. When you return, alert your team and get ready. If you find yourself up against one of the Hyuga in the championship match, you better be prepared for a foe who wants to kill you. She let out a little sigh and made her way to the rooms. Who knows, maybe you'll get lucky and be able to avoid it. Ino snorted. Well, I sincerely hope that Ayume Brad is at least mine. I want to strike her in the face. She expressed her annoyance while giving her palm a smack. Guy stood in the hallway as the two Kunoichi returned to their rooms. With a tiny sigh, he scratched his head and went back to his room. I suppose that the youthful passion is ingrained in even girls. Though, I must admit, there are moments when I find their expressions confusing. The Raikage cast a shadow over the final four teams. The teams would be returning in a month for the finals after the conclusion of the second exam. If they had wanted to, they could have stayed in Kumo and occasionally visited Nin, but Fire Country wasn't too far away. Konohagakure didn't feel like leaving two Hyuga in Kumo for a month, even though it was an optional step. Although it wasn't their official stance, everyone was aware of this. They were also unaware that Raikage no longer saw all the brilliance in the once illustrious eyes of the clan. He still wanted them, but an extremely intriguing development had occurred. He was wearing a frown. Of our teams, only one succeeded. Disgusting. Yugito, who was standing next to him, nodded while wearing a serious expression. The blonde one. The big man, perched on a throne, sat with his chin resting on his fist, glaring down at the teams as they were briefed about the regulations for the championship and assigned their rankings. Are you positive about this? An opposition to the Byakugan? She nodded, grinning. You've personally witnessed the proof. We have evidence that she was able to approach two Hyuga stealthily and that the gentle fist was useless against her. The man had a mustache game going on. It could be a trick of some sort, to make the Byakugan seem less appealing. Yugito gave him a quick look. I understand that she beat and tortured one of them, and she killed the other. She needed to be rescued by the other Hyuga girls' team, and she also needed some minor medical attention. She had minor puncture wounds on her neck and bruises all over her body and throat. She was tightly strangled. The likelihood that this is a case of deception appears low. He scowled at Ino with a grunt. Make sure she faces the remaining Hyuga in the finals. Yugito laughed. They bought Samui off to make the same demand. After doing some research, I found that she currently has an unidentified price on her head. It's interesting that. She seems like quite something. The man's hand went to his fist. What are your suspicions? A fresh lineage? We must identify whatever this is. The Hyuga are Konoha's strongest link in the absence of the Uchiha clan. We'll definitely have the upper hand if we can find a way to counter that. The female gave him a look. Maybe the tests will clarify that a little? I'm still unsure of how to interpret it. Reikage got up and nodded. Hey. Something to consider, something to anticipate. She needs to make an impression. She moved aside, allowing Yugito to bow slightly and address the genin. There is little doubt about that based on what I've observed thus far. During the second exam, she broke the previous record by 16 hours. The man walked forward to speak to the assembled genin, narrowing his eyes. Hey. We'll see, I guess. Standing in front of Konoha's gates, Yugo grinned. Ah, home at last. With a nod, Ino turned back to face the two boys standing behind her. They both appeared tired and perspiring. Yeah. Look at those two, it's pathetic. The woman with violet hair sighed slightly. Well, the team part of the exam is over. The three of you are on your own. Ino's eyes narrowed. Hey. Technically, we're on your team until the exams are over, right? The more senior Kunoichi nodded, looking a little taken aback. Yes. You won't be getting any missions or assignments, and I'm responsible for you. Genji scowled. So what? Ryoji appeared to concur, saying, yeah, we'll see you in a couple of weeks. Both of them appeared suspicious of Ino and didn't like the direction the conversation was taking. With a backward glance, the blonde girl placed her hand on her hip. Can I get you to give these two lazy slugs to me until we leave? I know I'm still a genin and all, but if they don't pass, the next exam, some other poor genin is going to get stuck with them. Heck, they might even ruin two perfectly good teams with their presence. Yugo glanced back at her after glancing at them. Well, just don't break them. Seeing as your status isn't really a secret in this group, they should both know that you outrank them, even if only on a technicality. With a smile, Ino turned to face them both. Great. Well, I'll see you both tomorrow morning then. Even if I have to come get you and drag you away. It'll hurt less if I don't. Genji said, hey. With annoyance. No way. You can't do this to us. Ryoji gave a nod. He's right. We can see to our own training. We've always done it before, and we'll be fine. A shadow of darkness fell across Yugo's face and she scowled at them both. Look where it's gotten you both. Are you disobeying a direct order? Maybe I should help out too? Just to make sure, I'd hate to be responsible for two failures. I'm sure their parents won't mind. I know Genji's father, and I'm definitely sure it won't bother him. I've met Ryoji's parents as well, and I can say the same about him. The two boys turned to face Ino as they retreated. What time do we have to be here? Genji inquired, his shoulders sagging as he abruptly gave up. Ryoji did the same, agreeing, yeah. Just let us know where to be. I suppose getting tutored won't hurt. Ino gave a shrug. She appeared to consider it before responding, well, yeah it will actually, just not as much if you do what you're told. She turned to skip away and waved. I guess since tomorrow is our first day, we'll go easy and start at 6 a.m., enjoy your day off. With a slight sigh, Yugo appeared content while the two boys pouted. She turned into the village and paused for a moment, saying, I like that girl. I'm looking forward to working with her. Hiyashi was observing from the crowd, accompanied by his youngest daughter. The man appeared dissatisfied to see Ino, as he observed her out of the corner of his eye. He took Hanabi in his arms and turned to leave. There was a young blonde kunoichi standing in front of the doorway, and Kira smiled as she opened it. Huh? Can I help you? She was, Ino remembered, the person she knew the best among the occupants of the house save Naruto. Oh. Hey. Is Naruto around? I need to talk to him about something. It's kind of important. The kitsune with violet hair shook her head. Well, no. Would you like to leave him a message? He's down at the den right now. The Japanese person arched an eyebrow. The den? It's kind of important. Someone is trying to kill us and all. It's better if I just tell him myself. What the hell is the den anyway? Something seemed to dawn on Kira as she blinked. Oh. A skinny blonde girl with no chest or hips. You must be Ino. Hello. She cracked a smile. You've been away at the exam, right? I guess you wouldn't know. She stopped. Wait. What do you mean, someone is trying to kill us? Irritated was the blonde. Skinny blonde girl with no chest or hips. What? Who told you that? I'm hot, damn it. I'll bet it was Naruto. That jerk. The girl with the violet hair shook her head. No. It was Sasuke who mentioned what you looked like. A twitch occurred in Ino's eye. Huh? The kitsune let out a little sigh. Well, I'm afraid I'm watching Kitsuma at the moment, or I'd show you. Just head down towards Ichiraku and you can't miss it. The youthful kunoichi withdrew in that general direction and pouted. Ino was staring at the rather gaudy neon sign, her eye twitching once more. A semi-naked woman, sporting a fox's tail and ears, was sitting between the words, the fox den, energetically kicking one of her legs in the air. Ichiraku remained in the same spot, but he was now standing directly next to a sizable structure with red lit windows and two doors marked entry and exit. The rather long building, which now occupied about half the square that had previously only been occupied by the ramen booth, was filled with the sound of bass. Heavy music, accompanied by a dull thumping. What the hell? All but one of the booth's seats were occupied, and the owner was grinning. Tucci gave her a smile. Ah, hello. Welcome. The girl gestured toward the structure. Hey. When did this get here? What the hell is this place anyway? The man crossed his arms and shook his head. The ramen booth was enlarged and attached to the side of the building with a kitchen area and storage on the side, leaving the opposite side of the original counter open for more seats. Well, you're a bit young for that place. I gotta admit though, it's really done wonders for my business. The best part is, now I pay my rent in ramen. The owner of this place gets a free meal whenever he wants. Usually once or twice a day. I've been making a killing since this place opened. Ino appeared irritated. How long has it been here anyway? I've only been gone 2 weeks. Tucci gave a nod. He didn't really care because he knew the girl would figure it out eventually. About that long. You must have just missed it. What does it matter anyway? Like I said, wouldn't you rather have a bowl of ramen? You're not old enough for that place yet, kid. Hey. Oh well. Ignoring him, the girl entered the bar. Her eyes widened a little as she saw naked women moving among tiny tables with trays, some of them dancing on tiny platforms supported by poles. A partially nude green-haired DJ was spinning tunes in a small elevated booth next to a somewhat recognizable redhead who was dancing on the main stage. The bass was strong, but the volume wasn't turned up all that high. There were multiple large speakers. Even though it was early in the day, there were quite a few people in the area. There were only colored lights, not plain ones. Certain areas of the space were lit in different colors, so red, yellow, blue, or black. Any one of those colors could light up the entire place. She got a smile from one of the girls as she approached. She had a sly smile on her face and short brown hair. She wrapped her arm around her shoulder and began gently guiding her in the direction of the exit, saying, "You lost. You're a little young." Ino simply pushed her arm away. "Where's Naruto?" The odd girl gave a blink. "Huh? The boss?" The blonde was starting to lose it. She shook her head and looked around. "Yeah. Where is he?" "Never mind. I'll find him." She approached a couple of faces that she recognized. Sakura appeared worn out and irritated as she buried her face in her hands. Beside her, Shizune appeared almost exactly the same. With a faint smile and a small sigh, the elder Kunoichi acknowledged her pink-haired companion. "At least I've got someone to sit with." A young Kunoichi gave her a gloomy look. "How did you put up with this?" The woman with dark hair shrugged a little. "The training is good. She's a wonderful person, just flawed." Ino approached the scene. "Hey. What's up? What the heck are you doing here?" Her partner raised an eyebrow at her. "Huh? Ino? When did you get back?" The blonde gave her head a scratch. "About an hour ago." "What are you doing in here? Have you seen Naruto?" The girl with pink hair shook her head and said, "I'm here with the Hokage. Nobody sees Naruto unless he wants you to find him. He's around. Just go up to the bar and ask for him." Tsunade had a cheeky grin and a flushed face as she sat merrily at a long table for dice. She appeared happy as she shook the cup. "All right. Come on, 7. Ino cocked her head slightly. "Oh. That's right. That whole legendary sucker thing." Sakura nodded slightly. "Yeah." Shizune gave her a small, comforting shake and crossed her arm over her shoulder. The blonde walked over to the bar. There were 3 girls standing behind it, one of whom she was unaware was partially nude. While they served different nin and villagers, the others were flaunting their skills and hurling mixers and bottles around. Surprisingly, a lot of women were there. There were several people at the bar, and Anko was seated in one of the back booths. She walked up to the bartender, who scowled slightly. "You're a little young. We can't serve anyone under 18 alcohol by order of the Hokage, so..." On the stool in front of her, Ino took a seat. "I need to see Naruto, it's important." The weird girl gave a nod and turned away. After a short while, Ino turned to survey the area around the bar. Kakashi was quietly seated next to Guy in a back corner, holding a drink. Junin, who had just returned, was exploring and appeared to be settling in. As she was looking around, a voice that she recognized spoke up next to her. "What do you think?" "Not bad, I guess." Previously, Ino would have leapt out of her body. She simply turned to face Naruto. "It's all right, I guess. I don't know any of these girls." The boy, who was sitting next to her and holding a soda in his hands, shrugged. "They're all kitsune. I'm just here helping them open things up. I had to sign some stuff and all." Naruto initially believed he was not allowed to enter into contracts, but it was later discovered that he was allowed to rent and possess property. He could get into contracts involving property or cash payments. It was in the fine print. It was almost like he had to live a normal life. He simply was not able to enter into any kind of relationship, contract, or use himself as collateral or as payment. That effectively eliminated the possibility of calling upon jutsu, committing suicide, getting hitched, and other similar actions. "It's pretty easy really, I get an office and all, but I don't really have to do anything. They take care of it all themselves. Legally it's my place, but I'm really just signing my name to it for them." Turns out they've been trying to do something like this for a while, but something to do with property laws made it difficult or something. "Anyway, what brings you? How did the exam go?" He glanced at her. You didn't fail, did you? You'd better not have failed. The blonde girl gave a nod. I guess it's nice. For what it is. A strip club? The fifth must be pretty lax. Seriously, the third never would have. Naruto laughed as the elderly man passed by, flanked by two stocky figures who seemed happy and energetic as they followed him into a booth. Don't be so sure. Anyway, you didn't fail, right? I had to stick my neck out, you know, if you make me look bad to the Hokage by failing. I'm afraid. She gave him a fierce look. She turned back to the bar and said, I'm doing fine. I'm in the finals, all right. We have to be back in Kumogakure in about a month. We need to get the team together. We've got a problem. An eyebrow was raised by Naruto. We do? What do you mean, we? The youthful genin sighed deeply and hung her head. I'd rather just tell everyone at once. We need to have a team meeting soon. Where's Sasuke? Sakura is right over there. Naruto let out a deep sigh and leapt from his seat. He turned to face the fox girl behind the bar and said, all right. Come on. There's a room in the back we can use. Hey, do me a favor and make sure Sasuke and Sakura meet me in the office? The fair-haired girl took a deep breath. Sasuke is here? Where is he? What's he doing in a place like this? Ignoring her, Naruto walked to the back, gesturing for her to follow. Sitting in front of Ayume and Neji, Hiyashi scowled. I did not ask how your exam was going. Ayume clenched her hand slightly and suppressed a growl. Neji didn't seem to mind that his uncle was yelling at him. He was as composed as ever. Why is Yamanaka Ino still alive? You were given instructions to kill her. Nishi is dead, and the two of you have failed. Explain. Ayume already bowed, but she moved her eyes further away. Nishi attacked her on his own. I tried to get him to help me and ambush her after she acquired a key, so we could better use the exam to hide our intent. He was overconfident and impatient. With closed eyes, the man nodded. I do not care about passing the exam or appearances. I expected results, both of you have failed. Neji gave a headshake. I have not even attempted yet. I know better than to try chasing that girl around the woods. She has an advantage in such an environment. That's why we're after her in the first place. It was foolish to bother with her in the second exam. Once the finals start, she will be confined and forced to face us directly. That is the best time to strike. With a gasp, Ayume gave him a glare. What? And if she didn't make it to the finals? Then what? Neji gave a headshake. I knew better. There was no way she was going to fail the second exam. The only way she might have failed is if you or Nishi managed to surprise her and kill one of her teammates. Once she was alerted to your presence, you weren't able to track her. Just her two teammates. A lot of good that did you. You never got the opportunity to attack her, did you? You were doomed to failure, and if she didn't make it to the finals, it would have been your fault for trying and failing to kill her in an environment where she had the advantage. Hiyashi gave a grunt. Enough. I can see at least one of you has some sort of plan at least. That doesn't excuse this though. Failure is not an option. We may not get another opportunity like this. They must all die, and we'll be risking enough just eliminating the other three. Missing this opportunity will only make things more difficult in the future. She had better die. Both of the young Hyuga gave a nod. The man gave a hand wave. Now go. You've both got a lot of preparation to do. Forget about the exam, kill Yamanaka. This is the focus of your training. Being promoted to Chunin should not concern you. They got up and departed from him. Neji was met with a growl from Ayume as she moved ahead of him. What the hell was that? Are you trying to get us both killed? The boy gave a snort. Don't be foolish. He needs us both right now. If we succeed, he'll forget if I'm a little rude. His cousin averted her gaze. Yeah. Maybe. You've always had an attitude, Neji, but if you're going to provoke our uncle, do it when I'm not right next to you. The boy reached into his pockets. You can train as hard as you want, but you won't beat Yamanaka. Just try not to get killed. I'll take care of the rest. Over her shoulder, the girl gave him a scowl. Fuck you, Neji. I'll kill her, you just sit back and watch. Ino and Sakura were sitting in front of the desk, with Ino glaring at Naruto and crossing her arms. The girl with the pink hair appeared irritated as well, but she also appeared relieved to be free of Tsunade. The ninja in the hood had his hands behind his head and his feet propped up on the desk. The girl with pink hair asked the blonde Kunoichi, "What's this about?" As she glanced over. With a flush, Ino averted her gaze. "It's complicated. I'll explain once." "Ooh. Wow," was the expression on Sakura and Ino's somewhat enlarged hearts. With a towel draped over his shoulders, Sasuke entered the room and leaned against the door. "Hey. What's up? Some kind of team meeting? Better be good, I'm still a little stiff." Ino appeared to be drooling a little as she clung to his arm. "Sasuke. I had no idea you were so cut." Sakura rested on the opposite arm. "Yeah. She said, appearing to jog back into consciousness. "Wait. What are you doing here, and where is your shirt?" The boy with black hair sighed slightly. He jerked his thumb at Ino and scowled at her, asking, when did she get back? She also seemed to snap out of it a little, saying, "Today. I'm glad I found your chest, I mean abs. It's nice to see you again. Say. Are you oiled up? What are you doing half naked and oiled up in a place like this?" He squinted at the two girls. "I was getting a massage. This place is a massage parlor, you know. Mind your own business." Naruto nodded. "Yeah. The kitsune are really good at it. You should both try it sometime. Anyone is welcome, and it's free for the team." Ino gave a headshake. "You should have just asked me. I'd have been glad to take care of it." Sakura pushed the woman away. "Forget her. I'm training as a medic. I'm a trained professional." Sasuke managed to escape their hold and positioned himself next to Naruto at the desk. "I'm not here just to say hello to Ino, am I?" The boy with blonde hair shook his head. "No. At least, that had better not be it. She said something about an important matter and we needed to get together." Sakura tipped her head back and pursed her lips. "Oh yeah. This is some kind of meeting, right?" The other Kunoichi gave a slight flush. The desk lamp light was glistening on Sasuke's skin. She took a breath and appeared to shake herself out of it again, saying, "Oh. Right. I almost forgot. The Hyuga are trying to kill us. They tried to assassinate me at the exams. Neji and this other Hyuga girl named Ayume are both going to try and kill me in the finals. I'm sure of it. It turns out that they're under orders from the Hyuga main branch, probably from the clan head Hiyashi." With wide eyes, Naruto scrambled to his knees and toppled over the desk in his chair. "Huh?" With crossed arms, Sasuke gave her a fierce look. "Say what?" Sakura had the appearance of a fish opening and closing its mouth. Huh?" Ino gave a nod. "Yeah. It turns out that chakra sealing technique Naruto taught us is a counter to the Byakugan." The boy with the raven hair shrugged and snorted. In his experience, it worked against the Sharingan as well, but he wasn't about to admit it aloud either. "Yeah. So what?" Naruto gave a nod. He got up and wiped his knees. "Yeah. I already knew that too. What's this about them trying to kill us?" Ino gave him a scowl. "Well, it turns out it's also a counter to the gentle fist style. It's pretty much ineffective against us. I don't think the Hyuga know about that part though." Naruto crossed his arms and squinted. "Neji does. I already knew about that part. I wouldn't rely on it either. It's nice to know they probably can't hurt us with gentle fist, but standing there and taking it isn't a good idea either." He raised his chair and returned to his seat. "What's this about Hiyashi and killing us?" The blonde girl gave an eye roll. "You haven't figured it out?" Hiyashi sees us as a threat. I'm pretty sure he only knows that we've countered the Byakugan. That's a serious problem for the Hyuga, and they've sent branch family assassins to kill me in the exam. I already killed one Hyuga in the second exam. I'm sure that Ayume is trying to kill me, and Neji has outright said that he intends to as well. I believe him too. He's looking to fight you again, but I don't think he's happy about being used as an assassin. He's the one who told me about the main branch wanting us dead. He didn't directly say it, but it was pretty clear what he meant. I'm also pretty sure they aren't just out to get rid of me. I'm just the easiest target right now because of the exams. We can't trust the Hyuga. The Junin appeared to consider it and nodded. Well, that's not good. Sasuke gave his shoulder a quick rub. Well, I'm not that surprised. Ino gave a serious look and nodded. All of us need to be on guard. The Hyuga clan will be looking for any opportunity to get at any one of us. Sakura appeared agitated. She turned to face Ino and said, "What do we do though? We can't just sit and do nothing. We should tell the Hokage. I'm her apprentice, so." The blonde Kunoichi gave her a backshaking shrug. I wouldn't worry about it. Yugo-sensei and Guy both know. They said they were going to say something to her about it. Once more, Naruto reclined. Well, not much we can do at the moment. I mean, Ino is going to have to take care of herself in the exams. He turned to her. Watch out for Neji most of all. Don't forget he and I have fought before. I can guarantee you that he knows about our resistance to Gentle Fist, and how we can counter the Byakugan. I don't know how much that girl might know, but you should assume he's mentioned it to her. The Kunoichi gave a nod, and her expression hardened slightly. Right. No way I'm gonna lose. I'm looking forward to kicking that brat Ayume's face in. I've got her as my first match in the finals. I can deal with her no problem. Naruto got to his feet, facing away from the group. Well, this explains a lot. I was wondering who put that price on our head. Sakura let out a gasp, and Sasuke appeared somewhat taken aback by it as well. Ino gave him a narrowed look. What do you mean price? The hooded nin looked back at them. 2 days ago, I got word that there was a price on all of us. A big one. It totals about 500,000 ryo for all of us dead. It's an anonymous bounty, and I was trying to figure out where it came from. He was scratching his chin and appeared to be thinking. I was thinking that Orochimaru guy, but it's pretty clear that's not the case anymore. The Hyuga clan has put a price on all of us. He seemed to annoy Sasuke a little. And you were planning on telling us when? Their Junin shrugged as he realized they all looked a bit irate with him. I was looking into it. I was going to bring it up, none of us is leaving Konoha for a while. I was waiting for Ino to get back and hoping to dig up a little more before I brought it up. The raven-haired boy frowned. How did you hear about this? Naruto looked away from him. I've got my ways. Sakura smirked and leaned towards the raven-haired boy. The foxes. He's using them as a spy network. It's the real reason for this bar of his too. Ino blinked. Hey. I noticed a few during the exam and while we were on the way there and back. You mean, they were watching me for him? You were spying on me? The hooded nin didn't make direct eye contact. Well, no. I mean, I heard about how you were doing, but there are foxes pretty much everywhere. I'm the king of all of them. They weren't following you or anything. They were just doing what they do naturally, and letting me in on anything they noticed. That's all. Sasuke seemed to think about it. Well, I guess that makes sense. Never really thought that much of it before. I mean, I remember you using them to find things out about an area before and checking up on things for us while we were on missions before. He paused and seemed to realize. Hey. A global spy network? Man, must be pretty useful. Naruto nodded and gave a small sigh. Yeah. A lot more so if you don't ever mention it. So shut the hell up about it. I've got them working on stuff as it is, and it's a lot more dangerous for them if they get compromised. So just forget about it. I don't have any spies, and you don't know anything about it. Get me? It's a topic that's off limits, and it's a lot more useful if nobody ever finds out about it. He leaned across the desk and got a very dark tone. I seriously will cut out your tongue to shut you up about it if I have to. The group gave a collective nod. Sasuke looked the least disturbed. So, people want to kill us. What else is new? Are we done? I only got half my back done. I'm still a little stiff. Naruto gave a nod. Yeah. Not much else we can do right now. Ino stood up. I'll be glad to. Oof. Sakura elbowed her in the gut to shove her aside. Finish that up for you. He tossed the towel over his shoulder and shook his head. I'd rather not have a conversation, and I don't want someone trying to turn it into a date. I'll let the kitsune handle it. Most of them have had a few hundred years of practice. See you. He left the room, leaving two disappointed-looking girls. Naruto gave a small sigh. You know. You don't have to be a guy to get a massage here. There's a couple different kinds of massages offered, plus spa treatments like mud baths, hot oil, seaweed wraps, saunas, a couple of tanning beds, manicures and pedicures, waxing, hairstylists, all sorts of stuff. We specialize in massages, but we're also home to a combined more than 100,000 years of health and beauty experience. The two girls looked at him with wide eyes and hanging jaws. Sakura stammered. Spa? Ino scrunched up her eyebrows. So, it's a titty bar and health spa? The hooded nin gave a nod. Yeah. The titty bar is there for the guys, but we're here to service all of Konoha and Fire Country's health and beauty needs as well. You can get to the spa and stylist by going down the hall, but there's another entrance on the other side of the building, so you don't have to go through the bar if you don't want. Ino seemed to think on it. Free? Naruto nodded. Yeah. As a perk of being on Team 7 and all. If you want to drink alcohol you've got to pay, but anything else is free for the team. Sakura just managed to snap out of her stupor. Wait. Sasuke is half naked and all alone in this place. The blonde girl snapped around to look at her. Well. He did say free. I do need to get my hair done, and my hands and feet are a mess. I've been running around the mountains again because of the exam. Naruto sat in silence, hoping to not get any further involved. He knew it was best to not add anything to this particular conversation. The pink-haired girl grabbed the blonde by her collar. Did you even hear me? Sasuke is alone, and half naked in a brothel. She pointed her finger at Naruto. He won't say anything, but you and I both know what this place really is. Ino waved her hand and smiled. Come on. It's Sasuke we're talking about. He could have his way with either of us for free and he knows it. Why would he come to a place like this? Get real, he's not the type for that sort of thing. He's so shy he'll barely talk to us. Do you really think these kitsune could do any better than us? Naruto remained silent and deliberately picked up a magazine to read. Sakura gave a small sigh and seemed to think on it. Hey. You're right. If it was anyone but Sasuke, I might worry a little. With that attitude of his, there's no way he's coming to a place like this. Thanks, I feel better. I mean, why come to a brothel when he's got two hot girls like us to take care of him? I mean, neither of us is shy about letting him know. You're right. There's nothing to worry about, he's known us for years, and he's got difficulty opening up. No way he's doing anything with some girl he doesn't even know in a place like this. Especially a prostitute. It's silly. We'd both do it for free. Well, at least, one hot girl anyway. Ino nodded and walked out with her. Hey. I'm going to head home and let Mom and Dad know I'm back. I'll meet you up here and we'll get our hair done and get a manicure and pedicure. It'll be fun. The pink-haired Kunoichi seemed to agree. All right. I haven't had a manicure in ages. Naruto kept his face in his magazine until they left and peered over it. That had been close. As much fun as it would have been to point out to them that Sasuke also had free access to the services. He also always had a happy ending special when he got a massage. He didn't do it very often, but he'd been in twice since they opened. He mentioned that he liked the idea of no attachment. It might have been funny, but he didn't really want the two girls tearing through his brand new bar and brothel, tearing the place to shreds while terrorizing the foxes and customers. Hyuga Hiyashi was alone in his room. He had a small candle lighting his desk and was writing out a few letters before bed. A small tray was beside him, with a small kettle and cup of green tea that was half gone and cooling. His bedroll was spread out behind him and the moon was high in the sky. The door to his room was cracked a little, revealing the inky black sky, sparkling stars, and half moon. The man carefully folded the letter he was writing, placed his seal on it, and set it aside. He finished the last half of his warm tea and stood up. As he reached for the candle on the corner of the desk, a small wind seemed to snuff it out, leaving him sitting in the dark shadows of a room without light. He pulled his hand away and ignored it as he was about to turn in regardless. He'd taken no more than 2 steps when he fell to his knees. His hand went up to his mouth and he leaned forward, splattering a few drops of blood onto the ground below his face from between his fingers. His vision blurred and went in and out as he collapsed to his side. The moonlight was the only light he had to see with, and the room was a pale black and bluish white filled with shadows. One of the shadows from the corner moved, seeming to melt from the larger darkness of the room, stepping over his bedroll as 2 fuzzy legs strolled out and stood before him. The man managed to roll onto his side, the Byakugan going full force as he felt the rush of his heart pumping blood through his veins at an alarming rate. Assassin. The figure squatted down beside him, its features a blur of black, hollow and without the light of life within it. He saw it move fast and hard at his face and squeezed his eyes shut. When he opened them again, he found himself in the same position, and he wasn't sure how much time had passed. The moon had grown higher in the sky and he could see he was facing the moon. His vision had cleared up and he could see a small hooded boy leaning against the doorway looking up at the sky and ignoring him. He struggled to move and found himself unable, he was paralyzed. His face grew red as he struggled to move his lips to speak. The figure turned to look at him, the bridge of his nose and the area around his eyes the only part of his face he could see. The dead-looking shadow just looked at him, not speaking, and seemed peaceful and serene. Hiyashi's eyes grew wide as eyes began to open in the shadows around him. Yellow and cold as small lines of chakra began to form out of the darkness. It was blue and seemed to be made of small tendrils of blue flames. There were dozens of them, looking at him, watching him as he lay helpless on the floor of his bedroom. Should we curse him? Curse his clan? It's been so long. One of the creatures spoke up. Yes, we'll curse his family, destroy them, another agreed. It's been done before, we'll crush them, ruin them, break them. Let us have him, he'll be destroyed. Curse him. He intends to kill you. Our king, our prince, this bounty is a danger to them both. His family, it would be nothing for us to destroy them all. Ruin them. Yes, we can destroy them. In a month's time, nothing will remain of the Hyuga clan. Let us take care of it. Yes, Highness. No one would ever know it was you. We can destroy them all, leave you blameless. What would it matter? Even if they know, what he has done is treason, he's declared war against us. He's betrayed his own village. He's a murderer. Hiyashi struggled to move, to stand, to run. The shadowy figure just looked at him, not speaking or moving as it relaxed in his doorway as if it was his own room. The shadows seemed to look towards the figure in the doorway. He has declared war upon our kind. He has sent assassins to our king. Yes, we'll kill them all. The Hyuga should be destroyed. This one at least. Let us have him. The others will learn if we make an example. The shadow boy in his doorway turned to look up at the moon. He spoke in a quiet, even tone. That could be bothersome. You intend to ignore this? The creature closest to him seemed confused. He's tried to kill you, murder your friends. The boy stood up and turned his back. He's not succeeded. It might be a bother in the future to kill him now. We'll see what he does. I'm sure he's aware the poison he drank could have been much more lethal. Hiyashi growled and managed to speak. Uzumaki. The boy looked over his shoulder. I know what you have done. I know what you are doing. There's nothing I can do to stop you from trying to kill Ino in the exams. The rules protect you and your clan from the laws of Konoha. You won't get away with this. The man muttered. The boy looked away again. I only said you were protected from Konohagakure. The man still couldn't move and struggled to sit up for a moment before giving up and relaxing. You are a threat to my clan. I had no choice but to act. Do you really think this will go unpunished? The shadow closest to the boy chuckled. You fool. Do you not understand? He is the king of Kitsune, every last one of our kind on this world is his subject. Another agreed. Yes. Do you really think the Hokage would risk war with all of our kind over you and your pathetic clan? Do not be a fool. For every shinobi in this village, there are 1,000 of our kind. Your clan alone is nothing to us. The boy looked down at him with a cold glare and didn't speak. Hiyashi looked up at the ceiling. So, you intend to kill me then? My clan. Naruto removed his hood and gave him a dark smirk. If I had, you would already be dead. The man growled and went quiet. The Fox King put his hood back on and looked up at the moon. I suggest you consider your options carefully, Hiyashi. My wife is not as forgiving as I am. The creatures in the shadows of his room chuckled and hissed with a dark glee at that statement. Hiyashi managed to shift his head. Is that some kind of threat? Naruto gave a nod. Yes. That's exactly what it is. The head of the Hyuga clan didn't speak and remained frozen on the floor of his room. His head was swimming and his vision becoming blurred again. I won't forget this, Uzumaki. The boy's voice spoke up again as the night faded away. See that you don't, Hiyashi. When the head of the Hyuga house opened his eyes once more, it was still dark. His eyes snapped to a kunai stabbed into the ground next to his face, and he gasped. He sat up, gasping, and stumbled to his feet, staring at it. It was his personal weapon from the clan arsenal. Hiyashi pulled it out of the ground and stumbled to his doorway, his head swimming. Pale and panting, he peered around. In the distance behind his house, the moon was getting closer to the horizon. He muttered, "How long?" and raised his hand to his face. He stumbled out of his room and into his house, drenched in cold sweat. Since Hanabi's room was closest, he ran over and unlocked the door. He froze the moment he walked in. Beside her head, on her pillow, lay another kunai from his own arsenal, emblazoned with the emblem of his clan. He scowled and took it, his eyes hardening and growing cold. He tiptoed around his house so as not to wake her. Hinata also had another on her pillow next to her head. The man proceeded from room to room, and in every chamber where a Hyuga clan member slept, another kunai lay beside the person's head. Perched on the cushion next to the resident's head, in their undisturbed sleep. He snarled as he gathered each one individually. When he was done, he had 12 knives in his possession, each discovered next to the head of a main branch member who had fallen asleep. He went back to his room and arranged them neatly in a row on the floor. A deep rage welled up inside of him as he sat down in front of them and glared at them all. He felt something much more primal than anger or shame. Hiyashi felt terrified. What is he? The man snarled, balling up his fists. He let out a frustrated, angry sigh as he slammed his hands into the ground. He just sat there, staring at his own arsenal of knives while struggling to breathe. The people he discovered in addition to his family and children. With a growl, Hiyashi closed his eyes. The following day, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade was seated behind her desk, scowling at the man as he walked in, saying, Hyuga. She was holding her fingers in front of her face tightly. The clan chief of Hyuga came into her office and took a position in front of her. As he entered to greet her, his fists were clenched and his head was lowered. Hokage. You asked to see me? The woman's eyes went narrower. I've heard some interesting rumors. Hiyashi remained silent, just standing there. With a raised eyebrow, she asked, nothing to say? Reacting, I'm not sure what you mean. The woman sighed slightly. She paused to think about what she was going to say before continuing, just rumors. Something about a counter for the Byakugan, and things related to that. The individual snorted. Counter? Tsunade leaned over her desk, getting to her feet. Well, I already know about that. Team 7 has the ability to be virtually invisible to the Byakugan, and I suspect the Sharingan as well. Uchiha Sasuke isn't about to say anything, and it's a rather moot point anyway, I suppose. Seeing as he's in on it. The man did not answer, though his back bowed slightly. The woman reclined in her seat. I didn't hear about it from him, but I called him into my office this morning and spoke with him about it. Hiyashi remained composed, appearing just as composed as when he had first arrived. Might I ask from who these reports came? She shot him a rather sinister look while grinning at him. No. Hiyashi tensed up once more, trying not to show it. Then what do we have to speak about? Tsunade took a seat back. Uzumaki told me the two of you had a conversation recently. He asked that I only consider the future, not the past. The man cleared his throat and clenched his jaw. Did he? The Hokage took a seat again and appeared to unwind. Yes. I suggest you do the same. Whatever it is that you have done, forget about it. In a tactful reply, the man said, I have admitted nothing. She leaned forward once more and said, yes. I know. Don't take that to mean I don't know what's going on here, Hiyashi. I'm not a fool. Her tone was a little menacing. With a slight sigh, the leader of the Hyuga clan spoke. I do not know, Uzumaki. I've never had dealings with him before our conversation. An additional voice joined the discussion. Standing in the room's corner, reading a scroll while holding a pipe in his mouth, the third person said, I gathered as much. You wouldn't have been so careless if you knew him. You really have no idea what it is you were toying with, Hiyashi. Without surprise, the man cast a quick glance in his direction. Sarutobi, I trust you are well. Enjoying your retirement? The elderly man laughed. Getting rid of Uzumaki and his team won't get rid of this technique. Someone else taught it to him. Someone you don't know, and I think it's best if it remains that way. You would not have destroyed it, even if your plan succeeded. You acted without bothering to discover the true origins of your problem. He put one hand behind his back and began down the page. Rather rash for you. I must admit it was a surprise to me to learn of this. Uzumaki is indeed a genius, but I'm afraid he is not the origin of the technique you seek to destroy. Hiyashi was trying not to glare at her. Is that so? Tsunade gave a nod. I'm afraid that is true. Now, pleasantries aside, you should be aware, Hiyashi. Hyuga turned to face her, remaining composed the entire time. Aware? There's a contract on Team 7's head. A contract on Konohagakure Ninja. I believe that it originates from Konohagakure. It's anonymous, but I'm convinced it was you. At that, the man's eyes narrowed. A strong accusation. A murder charge is a serious offense, and I assure you. The female reclined. She again put her hands in front of her mouth and said, stop talking and pay attention. This isn't murder, Hiyashi. It's treason. Once more, the man arched his back slightly. It was a minor response, but Sarutobi and Tsunade were both aware of it. Treason? His voice seemed a little perplexed. The Hokage gave him a scowl. Yes. They are my Anbu. Even then, it would normally be just a murder charge. However, there is the little detail of a contract that puts the entire village at risk. Hiyashi gave a nod. I see your concern, but if I might play devil's advocate for a moment. It only relates to the child. Uzumaki would be a great loss, but as long as the child is safe, so is the village. Tsunade leaned forward, her eyes narrowed at him. You sound like you're making a defense. It doesn't matter anyway. As far as I'm concerned, it's treason. A bounty hunter or mercenary won't care about the safety of that child if it means collecting that bounty. It's quite high. Whoever placed it on Naruto's head has put the entire village at risk. The man nodded slowly. I understand. The woman got to her feet and circled her desk. You're being a much bigger fool than you think. If Naruto hadn't spoken for you, I would have you in chains right now. He asked that I stay my hand to spare the village the trouble of a scandal. The head of Hyuga averted his gaze. I see. Tsunade turned his face to face her, placing a finger on his cheek. You'd better, for your sake. You're not just messing with Uzumaki and Konohagakure. You're poking a much bigger hornet's nest than you think. The truth of the matter is, I only let it go, because I'm very aware that he doesn't need our protection from the likes of you and your clan. Hiyashi scowled at her. What do you mean? Once more, Sarutobi spoke up. Hiyashi, you and I always got on well. You're starting off on the wrong foot with the fifth, and you look a fool. Had you bothered to learn more before acting, you would never have done something so stupid to that boy. Tsunade stepped back behind her desk and turned away. He's the king of the kitsune. You wouldn't be the first family cursed out of existence by their kind. Far more powerful and prominent families than yours have fallen in the wake of their wrath before. The elderly man gave a nod. Yes. That alone makes what you've done foolish enough. However, there is another matter that only makes it worse, and more dangerous to your clan than a simple counter to an Aijutsu could ever be. The leader of the clan cast a quick glance in his direction. What would that be? Sarutobi grinned at him, his eyes glittering slightly evil. The Kyuubi, of course. The contract with Uzumaki protects Konohagakure, but it does not protect individuals or any specific clan. The wording is very precise. It protects Naruto's friends, the people he cares about, and the village as a whole. If you were to murder him, there's nothing to spare you or your family from her wrath should she discover it. You and your family would be wiped from this world forever, and there would be little Konohagakure could do to stop her. Hiyashi's eyes were slightly twitching. Tsunade opened a scroll on her desk and spoke once more. Believe me, they would find out. The man nodded friendly. I appreciate the warning. I have no intent to take his life, or threaten any of your Anbu. Without taking her eyes off her scroll, the Hokage began to write. I hope so for the sake of you and your clan. If that's true, then you can forget this conversation ever happened. Just be aware that I'm mindful of it, and will be in the future. Hiyashi gave a nod. He understood it perfectly. There was surveillance on the Hyuga clan. I shall remember that. The female gave a nod. Good. I'd prefer to be able to pretend this conversation never happened. You may go. The man from Hyuga made a small bow. I shall take my leave then. Tsunade glanced up as he approached the door. Oh, Hiyashi, just one more thing. Naruto asked me to let you know about something regarding the exams in Yamanaka Ino. Yes? He asked, pausing with his hand on the doorknob. He requested that I advise you to give it your all. I'm excited for the matches at the finals, which I'll be watching. I sincerely hope Ayume and Neji don't let me down. I expect your orders to them won't change, as the exam's rules shield them from charges, but we need Chunin. She looked up at him. I'll take that into consideration. After Hiyashi nodded and left the room, Sarutobi puffed on his pipe and remained silent. The former Hokage then said, Are you sure that was wise? Tsunade turned to face him and said, She's an Anbu. She won't last long if she can't handle 2 genin at this point, not even Hyuga genin. That made the elderly man scowl. I see. I'm concerned about provoking such a thing, though. Akamichi and Nara will stand by the Yamanaka clan, who will not be happy. Tsunade gave him a quick glance and said, You can have your hat back if Yamanaka Ino fails these exams. The elderly man snorted and said, Not a chance. I'm wise enough to avoid placing such a wager with you. She will undoubtedly die. The fifth glared at him, her eyes bloodshot for a moment before she calmed down and said, I've heard enough from Yugo, and I was keeping a close eye on that group's training. After all, my apprentice is with them. There are things about Yamanaka that the Hyuga are ignorant of, so she won't fail. She possesses a secret weapon. The elderly man squinted, saying, Don't be so certain. Neji encountered Naruto. As you recall, that boy is also a genius. I don't believe he forgot that fight, and I don't anticipate him being unprepared. You may be underestimating how dangerous this is. Perhaps more than you realize, the Hyuga are aware of their opponents. Maybe, but there are things even Neji doesn't know about that group, Tsunade said with a nod. When Uzumaki confronted him as a genin, he was much stronger. Yes, the elderly man nodded. That's something I know. Uzumaki is not Yamanaka Ino. Neji will show to be a formidable and crafty foe. Although I sincerely hope you are correct, I'm not sure about this. I understand, but I also know that Uzumaki has shared more with his team than just his little chakra sealing trick, the fifth said, smirking as she turned to face him. She completed Anbu training and did a fantastic job, far better than anyone could have predicted. She may have a bit of a loud mouth, but she's no fool. She leaned back in her chair and folded her hands behind her head. Naruto asked her to join his team as the fourth member. Despite that, I thought she would fail. If she made it that far, I figured we'd pull her half dead off that mountain. The third sighed slightly and said, I see. I guess I can't really argue with that. Did he ask for her? Tsunade nodded, saying, yes. It seems strange to me as well. I think it was related to the time she spent with Sakura following the previous exams. However, I'm not sure that irritated Uchiha wasn't a bigger factor. That made Sarutobi laugh. Yes. It does sound like him. Yeah, the woman said, closing her eyes and stretching her arms. If I had refused, I'm pretty sure he would have killed her. Now, I doubt that, said the elderly man, shaking his head. It does, however, ease my mind a little on this. I'm still not sure if that was the best course of action. As Hokage, I hope you don't have any deep regrets that are holding you back. That will be sufficient for you to handle. Although I'm hoping for the best, you should be ready for anything. Tsunade nodded, leaving her alone, and though it sounded harsh, she had given Hiyashi permission on purpose. She wasn't kidding when she talked about the weight of the Anbu. Even though they were all very young, if Ino couldn't handle a couple of genin, even one as powerful as Neji, she wouldn't have much chance of surviving as an Anbu. They had to be strong, their very survival depended on it. Ino had the least amount of experience, and now was the time to prove herself to be forged from steel into a silent blade. The last test was Ino's exam. Once she returned, whether or not she was a Chunin, the training period would end and they would be thrown to the wolves headlong. Naruto's team was specialized in assassins and spies, and she had every intention of using them for just that once they were ready. He felt he was very close to finding more than one such place. Given what he'd told her and shown her, they were closing in on at least 3 locations, possibly more. Hiyashi and the Hyuga were not the only things Naruto had mentioned when he had met with her. The boy had been gathering information. Sound had bases within Fire Country, though their locations were not pinned down yet. He didn't bring it up, and she didn't push it, knowing full well that he wasn't leaving the village to go scouting and that the Fox Den, and its 5 sister locations within Fire Country, were more than just a bar and brothel. She also knew where he was getting his intelligence from, since the Kitsune seemed quite willing to serve their king, and that was a very large benefit to Konohagakure. He was turning out to be a master spy, with a network of informants spanning every inhabited land in the world. He was royalty, a dignitary, an ambassador, and the head of a race whose numbers easily rivaled any nation on Earth. She wasn't sure how aware of that, and it worried her a little bit because she doubted he would live out his days as a Konohagakure ninja, and she wanted to maintain cordial relations with him for diplomatic as well as personal reasons, since he was a far more significant figure than she thought he'd realized. The Kitsune were strange creatures, promiscuous, free, spirited, mischievous, tricksters. They were flighty, had short attention spans, and often shallow dispositions. They were also dangerous, especially in large numbers. They were sometimes malicious, violent, prone to hold grudges, and creatures of shadow. Their queen was an absolute monster, dark, angry, malevolent, cold-hearted, and evil. Whether Naruto realized it or not, he would eventually have to face his wife and accept her place as her king. But there was more to their kind than that. Kyuubi was one of them. Once given, Kitsune's loyalty was unwavering. Despite their personalities and capricious natures, they were loyal to those they loved. If Kyuubi was willing to marry Naruto, he had her heart as it sounded. Tsunade was hesitant to have such a creature in her village despite the contract, but she also knew that if he kept his word, she would be a loving spouse, given that he was the parent of her child and knew who she was. The entire village was tasked with protecting that child, and it would work in their favor in their relationship with the kitsune. She had no intention of souring Konohagaku's relationship with the kitsune. Had it not been for the contract, she never would have allowed so many within the village. If it had not been for Naruto and his son keeping them under control, the situation that had manifested in Konoha would be very dangerous indeed. Seated in his office, Naruto was observing Ino with a hint of surprise. It was early afternoon, and she was still a little unclean from training and running through the woods. "Huh? What do you mean?" she asked. The girl became red-faced. "I can't train with you. I've got to tutor the two idiots I got stuck with in the Chunin exam. I already promised Yugo-sensei I would. We started this morning, and I've got a lot of work to do with them." The boy in the hood let out a tiny sigh. "Well, I'll talk with her about it. I want to make sure you don't screw up. The Hyuga are still trying to kill you. I had a little talk with Hiyashi. I'm not sure how that panned out yet, but there's no reason to think they've changed their minds yet. I want to make sure you're ready to deal with them both." The golden kunoichi gave a growl. "Well, I'm still technically Yugo-sensei's until the exams are over. So, I can't just dump those two off." The Junin gave her a look before getting up. "All right. Fine. Look, meet me here in a couple of hours. I'm gonna make other arrangements. Neji is the biggest problem you'll face most likely. He's not an idiot and he's fought me before. That Ayume chick is going to be after your head too." Ino gave a slight growl. "I can't believe those jerks. We're in the same village. Killing someone from your own village on purpose? It's murder. The Hokage." Naruto touched his desk with his hands. "She knows about it. Look, I've already talked with everyone I need to. I'm pretty sure that bounty is taken care of, but..." The girl from Yamanaka blinked. "Huh? But?" The boy shook his head and sat back down, saying, "They're still going to try and take you out in the exams. No one is going to stop them or say anything about it either. You'll be on your own, and there's nothing we can do to help you aside from stepping up your training again." He took a moment to think. "Oh. You're not allowed to kill them either." A twitch occurred in Ino's eye. "Why'd I get the feeling?" The young man gave a nod. "You'd be right. I didn't ask them to back down. You're an ANBU, if you can't handle two genin, Hyuga or not, you're not going to last long." Her face went kind of blank. After that, her features finally dropped as she became irate. "I guess I get you. I'm gonna remember this though, you jerk." Naruto appeared happy. "Just don't take it personal. I wouldn't have bothered with you to begin with if I wasn't sure you could handle it. I don't expect you to lose, and I'm gonna make sure with what time we've got left until the exams finish." He got up and walked toward the entrance. "I'm gonna go see Yugo. I'm pretty sure I can work something out with her." "Don't worry." The blonde girl nodded, though it seemed like her mood had soured a little. "Yeah. I get it." Frowning at each other, Genji and Ryoji turned their attention to the younger boy who was standing in front of them, his arms crossed and a frown on his face. He was hidden from view behind the shadows of a nearby tree, staring down at the two losers, saying, "Huh. I guess I've got to get you two losers into shape then?" The boy with brunette hair and long hair squinted. "Hey. Who the heck are you? Where's Ino?" His bigger, dark-haired companion gave him a nod. "Right. We're supposed to be meeting up with her. We don't have time." The dark figure leapt to the ground. Uchiha Sasuke gave them both a cold stare and showed no sign of appreciation. "She's gone off to train. Those Hyuga are trying to kill her after all. I'm taking over and making sure you two are prepared for the finals." Genji snorted. He didn't appear overly concerned, saying, "I'm not so sure Yugo-sensei is gonna like that." With a shrug, Sasuke put his hands in his pockets. "We spoke with her about it. It's not something you should be worried about. You've got your hands full as it is." Ryoji gave his head a scratch. "You're that Uchiha kid. Huh. She mentioned you. What are you, her boyfriend or something? Sasuke cast him a stoic look. I'm on her team. She's the weakest member, and I've only got a little more than 2 weeks to whip you two losers into shape. The brunette refastened the wristbands he was wearing. She's the weakest? Ryoji scowled at him and pulled on the weapon's handle. He had a contemplative look. So what do we do? Sasuke smiled at him. He stepped back and raised his fists, saying, well, considering I don't know you. We'll start out by finding out how strong you are. Come on, attack me. The smaller of the two charged forward first, throwing a fistfight. After he missed one punch, he was dispatched quickly. With a knee to his belly and an elbow to his back, Sasuke laid him out with a kick to his chin. The bigger boy struck the ground with his mace, making a 3-foot deep crater. Sasuke was nothing more than a sudden burst of energy that struck him head first into a tree while extending his elbow in a rib shot. The boy was inside even though the bark cracked. With his legs tucked up, the Uchiha boy was standing over his swing when he turned and swung the mace. As his skull struck the tree once more, the last thing he saw was the soul of the smaller boy with rave hair. Their instructor snorted and wiped his hands. Man. That was pretty pathetic. Well, I guess we'll get started then. They both appeared stunned as they stumbled to their feet. After a moment, Sasuke realized they were on their game and spoke up once more. He cast a sidelong glance in the direction of Konohagakure's gates. Take a last look. We won't be going back to the village until you have to leave for the exams. Ryoji scowled in response. We don't have any supplies. Chunin, the young one, shrugged. Jumping away, he hopped into the branches and said, You'll live. Come on. Keep up. The two made their way into the woods. Naruto was gazing up at the clouds while leaning back against a tree. This seems like a good spot. Ino cast a glance around. They were in an open field with a small spring and waterfall close by, as well as a long cliff in the distance. So, what are we doing? The boy glanced at her after sitting up. We? She became a bit irritated. You're supposed to be training me, right? The nin with a hood laughed. Not really. You're going to come up with something on your own. She was not prepared for that. Huh? Like what? Shrugging, Naruto said. I dunno. Use what you've learned to come up with something of your own. The blonde girl gave him a scowl. Just come up with something? What kind of training is that? Her teacher appeared pleased as he placed his hands on the grass behind his back. The best kind. How do you think new techniques are developed? Someone had to think up all that stuff you've been taught, you know. The girl waved her tresses. I'm not some master, you know. What am I supposed to do? Naruto gave a headshake. I dunno. You should be able to think of something. Look, Sakura thought up a variation on the Rasengan on her own. You've already learned quite a few techniques, you know an advanced form of chakra manipulation, you've had advanced physical training, and you've been trained in suppression, stealth, and tactics. Not to mention your Anbu training. What are you saying? She's smarter than you. You can't think of something on your own like she can? I guess she is better then. That infuriated the girl. She's not better than me. All right, fine. I'll think of something then. She snarled as she walked into the field, crossed her arms and legs, sat down, and appeared irritated as she closed her eyes. Naruto became more at ease once more. Kakashi was beginning to understand why he always carried a book with him. Maybe I should bring a book next time. He lay in the shade, his hands behind his head, staring up at the clouds. At the Uzumaki residence, the early evening was quiet. For the previous week, Naruto had been staying up late. He spent most of his time unwinding with Ino, and he had a good nap while she was at work. As the genin prepared for the finals, Konohagakure had been relatively quiet. Sasuke was running the two others into the ground in the woods, having not returned with them. He had been updated on their situation by the foxes. Every day, Sasuke would run them into the ground, beat them both, and make them read Naruto's book. He had also taught them how to create clones. He was concentrating on honing their skills rather than teaching them suppression or stealth. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and the two unlucky or lucky, depending on your perspective, Genin were becoming intimately acquainted with the concept of muscle failure. His three live in Kitsune, out of sight and noise, while his son slept soundly in a nearby crib. They hadn't bothered him in the evenings for a week, so it was strange. Though it was kind of nice to have a little break, he didn't mind when they did. He was distracted from his partially consumed bowl of instant ramen by a knock on the door. Standing outside Naruto's door, looking happy, were Ken and Ryu. The boy opened it, grinned at them, scratched his head, and greeted them. "Hey. What's up? What are you two doing here?" Ken gave a startled little blink. "Huh? We're here to watch Kitsuma for you." Ryu nodded, looking pleased. "Yeah." The boy looked sad. He turned and jolted, saying, "Huh? Watch him?" Just behind him, grinning, were Kurama, Kira, and Masara, all dressed in their yukata. "I don't need anyone to." Kira's smile widened a bit. "Yeah, you do." The boy gave the three of them a narrowed look. "Why? What are you three up to?" Masara grinned while crossing her arms. "You've forgotten?" Kurama gave a similar look and agreed. "Yeah. We told you already." With a sigh, the youthful Junin hung his head. "So I have. Remind me." Kurama took hold of his arm and dragged him out the entrance. "It's a very important night." The kitsune with green hair took hold of his arm. "Yeah. It's your duty to come along." Kitsune, with her violet hair, laughed. "Yeah. I've got a title to defend." Naruto managed to free himself. "Hold on. I can't just run off. I've got to help Ino train. I promised." Ken gave him a backslap. "We'll take care of it until you get back." With his arms crossed, Ryu gave a nod. "No problem. Don't worry. She's in good hands." The boy's eyes widened. "What? Where are we going? Please tell me," he exclaimed, glancing at the three girls. The redhead gave him a smile and a shrug. "It's time for the festival." The girl with green hair said, "Yeah, the full moon is tonight." Pulling on his hand was Kira. "I expect you to be a fair judge. No favoritism." The boy's brow furrowed. "Judge? Judge what?" He grew erect and pale as if something had suddenly clicked into place. Masara laughed and blew out her shoulder. "Length green hair, yeah. Those clones sure will help with that." Kurama concurred. "Right. The boss is the perfect judge." The three of them hauled Naruto in the direction of the gates, dragging him off and leaving two lines in the ground. The two mature ninjas observed, their chests swollen with pride. Ken sighed. "They grow up so fast." Ryu gave a nod. "I'm proud of him as well. He's been a wonderful student." Naruto discovered himself in front of a sizable tree that appeared to be gnarled. The roots gave way to a gap between them that was almost the size of a door. He was irritated and asked, "Hey, what is this? Where the heck are we going anyway?" But he appeared to accept that they would drag him somewhere. Masara's expression was solemn. "This is an entrance." Kurama gave a slow, thoughtful nod. "Yes. It leads to home." The boy saw that the kitsune appeared to be content despite their serious demeanor. Kira reached up to the door. A moment later, three foxes surrounded him, saying, "You must change. Use henge and become like us. Turn into a fox." "Don't worry." Naruto stepped backward and peered down at the three. Taking a quick look around, he saw several other foxes making their way out of the woods and toward the location. In just a minute, between 20 and 30 of them were observing. With a tiny sigh, he turned into a puff of smoke and became a fox. "All right. Now what?" All three inclined their heads. He was still pretty big. Naruto's gaze lowered to his chest. "What?" His golden hair was heavier than his human hair. "This works, doesn't it?" Kira gave a nod. Yeah. That's fine. You're pretty big still though. Masara gave her a quick look. I don't think it matters. Naruto scowled. I'm not sure if I can make myself any smaller. I tried to look normal, but this is how it came out. Kurama stuck out his tongue. He's fine. Come on. Naruto, having just changed, turned to face the tree. The area beneath the tree wasn't very big. He didn't think even the four of them could fit. It's an entrance? Looks kind of small though. How are we supposed to fit all of us in this? Kira threw back her head. No, boss. This is just the doorway. The nin felt perplexed. To where? Masara's eyes met his. He hopped up on his hind legs and placed his paw in the middle of the top of the doorway, saying, the Shadow Realm. A full moon here is a new moon there. It's an important day. Come on, boss. With wide eyes, Naruto observed the formation of a swirling dark energy within the small cavern beneath the tree. Whoa. Masara and Kurama moved in together first. Kira gently prodded her nose at his side. Go on, boss. You've got nothing to be afraid of. The fox with golden hair swallowed and turned his ears back, staring down at her with wide eyes. Are you certain? I mean, I've never been anywhere like that. He gestured to the energy with his raised paw. Kira's tails wagged. Yeah. You'll be fine. I promise. With his eyes closed, Naruto knelt down and moved into the energy, feeling the hackles between his shoulders rise. He gasped when he opened them again. It was a rather ominous place, a pitch black forest with the moon absent and stars overhead. In the distance, he could make out a large lake between the trees. His eyes acclimatized, and he perceived Masara and Kurama in close proximity. Kira materialized beside him. Large black mountains with sharp looking peaks loomed beyond the woods. From similar swirls of dark energy emanating from other trees, hundreds more kitsune materialized. They had fur in shades of white, brown, black, orange, and gray. Many of them appeared to be in a pleasant mood as they conversed with one another. That calmed him down a little. As they made their way through the trees and toward the lake, he sat up and looked around. Together with Masara and Kurama, he galloped ahead. Hey! What is this place? The redhead gave him a serious look as she looked up. This is your kingdom, boss. The big fox gave a blink. Huh? Kira took a seat by his side. You are the husband of our queen. This place is our realm and is ruled by what you know as Kyuubi. Welcome to our home and your land. Naruto took a swallow. Right. As the foxes passed by, Naruto saw that many of them were staring in his direction. Others sulked in the shadows as though they hoped to go unnoticed, while some had wide eyes. Not one of them made an approach. Hey, are you sure this disguise is all right? Masara gave a blink. What disguise? The golden fox appeared a bit uneasy. I need to look like this, right? I mean, I should be a fox while I'm here and all? Kira laughed. Well, no. You just needed to do that to get through the doorway. You're fine, you can look like what you want. It'll be easier to get there if you stay like that. The group turned and blinked, saying he should stay like that for a while. A white fox came over. She had a very large, bushy tail and was slightly larger than the others. It'll be good for him, and the others will want to see him like that. With a blink, Naruto tilted his head towards her. Oh. Hello. The new girl gave a nod. Her tail wagged behind her and her tongue hung out as she relaxed and sat down in front of the group, saying, I know. I was sent to help guide you. I'm Tamamo. She seemed happy to be telling him the story, saying, Don't worry, we'll all become human when the party starts. There's tofu, aborage, azuki meshi, sake. It's easier to get drunk and eat with hands, and dancing is more fun. Big Gold Fox tilted his head in. Got any ramen? Tamamo laughed and blinked in surprise. She saw the slight fall in his face as he said, Afraid not. Maybe next time we'll get a bit. You'll live. The youthful Nin arose. I can't really get drunk. I'm not old enough. Together with Kira, Kurama, and Masara, the white fox laughed. The boy scowled at them, irritated by this. What? It's not funny. Once more, the white fox spoke. She turned and began to trot away, saying, "There are no rules like that here. You'll be fine. Come on. It's supposed to start soon, and we'll be late." Naruto discovered himself strolling through the forest alongside the company. Their excitement and happiness lifted his spirits considerably. He was no longer afraid, but he was still a little uneasy. He had noticed multiple white foxes passing by, but their appearance was dissimilar to Tamamo's. Their paws had black socks. Like markings, and their snouts were shorter and fuzzier. He had never seen a white fox before, and she resembled the foxes he knew better. In a few moments, they were getting closer to the lake's edge. He saw several rafts and blinked in surprise. The white fox gave them a backward glance. It was a very big lake with reflections of the stars in it. Hey! Come on! The festival is on the other side of the lake, and it would take all night to go around. He saw that groups of foxes were already traveling there. While the majority of them continued to be foxes, one of them changed into a human and used long poles to guide the rafts carrying Kitsune. Tamamo changed as he turned around. Her skin tone was pale, and her long, dark hair reached her buttocks. Her lips were a rich red, and her eyes shone with a golden hue. When the other foxes transformed, she appeared to be around the same age, but she was dressed in a white kimono that had an orchid pattern woven into it, which gave it a much more upscale appearance. She picked up the pole and began to cross. Glancing back, he saw that the majority of the other rafts were occupied. What? We're not taking anyone else? Glancing at him, Tamamo laughed behind her sleeve. Well, you're special after all. You're an honored guest. Though a little irritated, the golden fox made no complaints. Well, I don't mind riding with others. Kira appeared happy. Don't worry, boss. There's plenty of rafts. No one is going to get left behind. Masara concurred. Right. It's kind of nice when there's not much of a crowd. It's quite a view. With a nod, Naruto turned to face the sky. He blinked and looked down at the water, saying, "It is pretty." He had not shrunk from his human size. He blinked and looked a little closer at the reflection, saying, "Hey. I am pretty big." Though the boat's motion had warped it, he could still make out enough of his peculiar coloring to recognize it. I thought I could henge better than that. Looking up at him was Kurama. Hey. You look great. It's no problem. The nin slightly hung his head. He looked over his shoulder and saw that there were multiple tails wagging behind him. Yeah. Still. I should be able to look like a regular fox, no problem. This is weird. There were 9 of them. Hey. I was thinking just one. What the heck is this? Tamamo grinned behind her. To be honest, we're not that surprised. Kira sat down next to him, staring up, nodding. Yeah. You really look like you should, to be honest. He was not prepared for that. Like I should? What the heck are you talking about? I'm not gonna fool anyone with this kind of henge. Masara reclined on his opposite side. No. You look like the king of Kitsune. Kurama followed suit next to her accomplice. He's right. I wasn't surprised at all. You did great, boss. Naruto was perplexed by that. It's still weird. I was trying to look like one of you, and I know I can do better. Tamamo gave a headshake. I doubt it. You'll likely always look like that when you transform. Relax, it's how you're supposed to look. Just let it go. The golden fox gave a headshake. Fine. Still, it bothers me. It's like I'm screwing up at the academy again. It's a little annoying. Why the heck wouldn't I be able to do better anyway? Kira sighed. You can't do better than that. We keep telling you, it's exactly how you should look. Just relax. You're fine. Naruto raised his gaze. Little balls of blue light formed on the shore that was getting closer, and they converged in a small clearing that looked to be lit by firelight. They numbered in the thousands, and their numbers were increasing quickly. Wow. That's something. Tamamo nodded. It's usually impressive. Not everyone comes every year, but there's always quite a turnout. Masara seemed pleased. Yeah. It's a great party. Relax, boss, you'll have a great time. Kira tried to perk him up as well. Quit sulking, would you? You're gonna get laid, drunk, and stuffed. Can you think of a better time? Tamamo smiled and scratched behind his ear. His leg thumped involuntarily and she winked at him. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. The golden fox got very wide eyes and his back became very rigid. Oh man. What am I getting into? He looked over his shoulder at Tamamo. She was a total babe, and was looking back at him with a somewhat subdued but wicked expression. It was quite clear that she wasn't referring to the parts about getting drunk and well-fed in relation to what she was looking forward to. He swallowed and looked at the water again. Kurama chuckled. The best party you've ever been to, that's what. On top of that, you're the guest of honor. Naruto found himself in a large clearing. There were several tree stumps of varying size, some acted like tables, others as small stages. There were several bonfires going, each surrounded by hundreds of kitsune. The larger stumps were loaded with large piles of food, huge barrels of sake were stacked all over, and both human and animal-looking kitsune were dancing and jumping about. The air was filled with laughter and music as the party began. The foxes played shamisen, biwa, koto, flutes, pipes, and drums. He found himself with a large mug of warm sake set in front of him. Kira had taken human form and set a pair down in front of himself and Tamamo. Masara and Kurama were on either side of them with mugs of their own, eating aborage and azuki meshi. He was still a fox and was just looking on in amazement. Though he did have a pleased look on his muzzle. Seeming to realize most everyone had taken human form, he broke his jutsu and sipped on his mug. It burned his throat and chest a little, but not in a bad way. He picked at the food as well. It wasn't ramen, but it wasn't bad either. It was quite good in fact, and he didn't think he'd have any trouble filling himself up. Some of the foxes looked like human males, but for every one male, there were 3 females. All of them attractive and youthful. A mug and a half of sake later, and he was leaning on Kira and talking with a drunken slur to the trio with him. Tamamo was pleasant and cheerful. The group was enjoying his company. The new fox girl took the opportunity to get him to dance, and it went rather well until he threw up after being swung around a bit too much. They switched partners and mingled with the crowd. Quite a few others had gotten sick as well, and it was taken with good cheer. They just dug a hole, put it in, covered it with a good bit of dirt, and kept going. He ended up sitting next to Kira and Tamamo again, but in a much larger group. They were telling stories, and he related a few of his own. Mostly having to do with his friends, pranks he'd played, and a few of the lighter missions he'd taken as a genin. The kitsune conversed and welcomed him in a way he'd never experienced before. He ended up leaning on Kira again and hanging over her shoulder after he finished the other half of his mug. They'd poured him another, but he ignored it. He was quite loaded. Tamamo shifted him over to lean on her and he draped his arm across her shoulders as they laughed and enjoyed conversation with each other and the others around them. His hand moved down her chest and he blinked and turned his head. He'd been that way for almost a half hour, and had just realized that she was naked. Not that it mattered much, half the kitsune were at least partially nude by that point. Several were dancing on tables, and the party was still in full swing. He sat upright and moved his hand. Oh, sorry. She looked over at him and smirked as she put his hand back. I don't mind. With that, she moved on top of him and kissed him. Before long, he realized that there were more than just 2 hands involved, and that he was pinned down and having his clothes taken off. As he looked around, he seemed to realize that it wasn't just him. Everyone was starting to get into the activity. Thus, Naruto took part in his first of several orgies. His ability to make clones came in handy. Naruto was sitting up on a tree stump the next evening with another mug of sake in his grip. The party had lasted through the next day. The sun wasn't very bright in Shadow Realm, and the land was covered in forest as far as the eye could see. Very little light made it to the ground with the exception of small clearings like the one the festival was taking place in. It was dark again, but it had never gotten brighter than a cloudy day in his own realm. The sky was constantly overcast, but cleared up in the evening so the stars could shine down on them. It was growing late, but there were still several hours to go in the day. He'd gotten hung over and had a few more drinks to stave it off, passed out, and woken up and the party was still going. He looked quite ragged, was completely nude, and wasn't sure where his clothes were anymore. His face was painted with lines on his forehead and cheeks, and he had several hickeys at various points on his body. Kira had won the right to keep her trophy again that afternoon. Fortunately for him, there was some rather stiff competition, and several of the kitsune posing as human males had helped out with the judging. Tamamo hadn't competed, but he knew that she would have beaten Kira if she had from personal experience. The violet-haired kitsune was passed out in a ball at his feet and wasn't in human form. He looked a bit bleary-eyed and took another gulp from his mug. His spirits were high still, and he looked up at the sky. This is quite a party. I'm glad I got to come. Masara chuckled. Yes. Quite a bit in fact. He glanced at the kitsune and frowned. Har, har. Kurama was chuckling. Hey. It was funny. Sorry, boss. Tamamo gave a small sigh and shook her head. Yes. It was. The festivities end in the morning. Naruto took another gulp. Yeah. It's a shame. I've never been to a party like this before. Kira lifted her head and yawned. No human has. You get to come back whenever we have it again. We look forward to it, and most of us come whenever we can. The redhead beside him nodded. Yeah. We'll be going back tomorrow morning. The boy nodded and gave a half grin. Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing Kitsuma again. I've got to check up on Ino as well, make sure her training is going well. She's got to pass the finals in the Chunin exam. Tamamo looked interested. Ino? A human girl? The boy nodded. Yeah. She's on my team. The black-haired fox girl nodded. You have a girl you like back home? Naruto seemed surprised and thought about it. Well, not really. I had a crush on a girl when I was younger, but I kind of got over it. Kira chuckled. That Sakura girl? He frowned at her, but his features softened and he nodded. Yeah. Her. She likes someone else, and to be honest, I've got other concerns. I'm married for one. No point in starting up a relationship like that. I don't want to string some girl along, and humans are different about that sort of thing than kitsune. They don't like sharing. The black-haired fox girl nodded. I see. That's interesting. Selfish then? Naruto looked at her. Well, I wouldn't put it like that. Humans are kind of expected to pick one mate and stick with them. Doesn't always work out that way, but it's just sort of how they do it. Kurama nodded. That's why we had so much trouble with him. He had to be trained out of it. Kira giggled. Wasn't too hard. Naruto flushed and looked away. Well, I wasn't exactly attached either. Tamamo nodded. Well, things are winding down. You'll be heading home soon. The boy looked at her. Thanks for showing me around and helping me out. I was a bit nervous to be honest. You've been really nice. I'm glad to have met you. Will I see you again anytime soon? The kitsune smiled at him and giggled behind her hand as she rubbed on the back of his head. I'm sure of it. He smiled at her. That's good. I like you. She stood up and moved behind him. Do me a favor and use that henge again. Don't worry, just look like you did before. He looked on in confusion as she put her hands on his shoulders and looked out over the crowd. The other kitsune all turned to face the group and the boy realized she had their attention. He furrowed his eyebrows in confusion. He took a moment because he was still a bit drunk. Not as hammered as he had been, but enough to make the seal take a bit of effort. He felt something land on his head that weighed it down a little. It wasn't a massive weight and felt a bit like a forehead protector. Huh? I crown you king of Shadow Realm, ruler of Kitsune and Lord of Darkness. Naruto froze and got wide-eyed. He looked around and realized that there was no one around him. Only long white tails waving about. Very large white tails, 9 of them. What the? He dropped his mug and it spilled on the ground. He'd not noticed before, but where he'd been sitting with his 3 companions and Tamamo was a bit higher up than the rest of the party, and overlooked the whole of it. All of the Kitsune were bowing low before him. He looked back and found a fox's head with a muzzle as large as he was moved up on his right side. The eyes were different than he'd ever seen them before. There was something in them he didn't recognize. They were peaceful, the lips weren't snarling, and the massive cheek rubbed against his side. I am pleased you enjoyed my company. I look forward to seeing you again as well, my husband. His eyes rolled up and he slumped to the ground out cold. Hey, Highness is awake. Naruto snapped upright and pushed himself back with wide eyes as he gasped. What? How? Who? Masara, Kurama, and Kira were all looking at him in human form with grins on their faces. That went great. Kira gushed. The boy put his hand up to his forehead. There was nothing there but a forehead protector. He was dressed in his clothes. Huh? Some kind of dream? He was confused as he looked around. Kurama blinked. Dream? Masara shook her head. No. Highness, that really happened. We're back now though, you passed out and we had to carry you back when the festival ended. You didn't miss much. Things were winding down anyway. The boy looked at him with wide eyes. Tamamo? Kira grinned. Yeah. You call her Kyubi, but her name is Tamamo. The redhead bounced in excitement. That was great, Highness. She was so pleased. I'm glad you got along so well. The green-haired Kitsune nodded. Yes. You've really impressed her. She told us she was looking forward to seeing you again. She still isn't strong enough to come to this realm yet. She was very happy you were thinking about the prince, that you thought of the other Kitsune at the docks, and she was especially pleased when you used those 5 clones at once too. The boy stood up and held his forehead. Yeah. I get it. He was very wide-eyed and staggered a bit. His head was aching, but it wasn't too bad. His legs were still a bit out of it as well and he ended up leaning against a tree. Tamamo was the 9-tailed fox, and he never had a clue. That was my wife? Kira nodded. Sure was, Highness. The boy seemed to think on it for a moment. Really? I mean, that was. The Kyubi? Masara shrugged. Yeah. Pretty much. Naruto leaned against Kurama as the Kitsune helped him stand straight. She was hot. Really hot. A mega babe. He was a bit disturbed by it. The fact that she was an evil demon made it even worse. Evil was sexy, it wasn't something that he'd ever considered before. That was. My wife? He was still very confused. The look she'd given him was startling as well. He remembered her eyes from before, but they were very different there. Not kind, but not angry or resentful, welcoming and inviting in an odd way. Kurama gave a sigh. Yeah, that was your wife, Highness. Naruto gave a nod. Right. Kira gave a small sigh. Well, another year, another festival. It just ended, and I already can't wait until next year. The boy nodded and staggered towards Konohagakure between Masara and Kurama. After that, so was he. I'm an awful mess. The green-haired girl chuckled. Yeah. We're a bit hungover too, we're just more used to it. You'll be all right after a good night's sleep and a pot of black decaf. The redhead agreed. Right. I always feel off for a day or two after, but it's always worth it. Kira was looking quite bright and sunny. Don't worry, Highness. You'll be fine, and the memories last a lifetime. Well, the parts you were sober enough to remember anyway. The boy nodded. He remembered most of it. What's with this Highness stuff? What happened to boss? The trio all looked at him. Kurama spoke up and looked at Masara. Do you think he was too drunk to remember? The green-haired girl shrugged. I dunno. Maybe the third or fourth orgy. He wasn't that bad off by then though. Didn't seem it anyway. Naruto looked between them. Remember what? Kira giggled. You were crowned king, remember? So, now your highness. The boy was stable enough to move on his own legs and shuffled ahead of them. I thought you said I was king before? Kurama nodded. You were, but it was sort of unofficial. Masara shook his shoulder. Yeah. Now you've been officially crowned. Isn't it great? The young shinobi bent over some nearby bushes and threw up. He stood up and wiped his chin with his sleeve. I'm going home to pass out. I'll think about that later, ask me then. He shuffled back towards the village. His three companions seemed amused at that, but followed behind him. Tsunade smirked as Naruto stood in front of her desk. He had his arms behind his back and looked very attentive. Welcome back. Thank you, ma'am. He seemed quite serious, but was still a little bleary-eyed. He'd returned the day before and taken a day of recovery. The woman chuckled at his appearance. Well, did you enjoy your trip? The boy cocked his head a little. It was very interesting. Tsunade nodded. I imagine so. I'm to understand it was some sort of festival. No human has ever attended. He scratched the back of his head. Well, it was quite a party. The fifth chuckled at that. Was it now? What was it like? You're the first of our kind to see something like that. The boy flushed. Well, I met my wife. Tsunade arched her eyebrow. Did you now? It went well? The Junin nodded. I guess so. We got along well, and she crowned me king. The Hokage's face fell a little. Did she now? That caught Naruto off guard. Is something wrong? You've just become a dignitary. The woman sat back in her seat and folded her hands in front of her face. You're an important link and an ambassador. The boy nodded and looked uncomfortable. I suppose so. I can't use you as an Anbu. He froze and looked at her with wide eyes. What? She leaned forward and looked quite serious. Naruto, you're a king. Not a ninja. Trained well, but you're too important to risk. Especially considering our past history with the Kitsune, and their relations with us now. He was shocked. But, what? What about my team? What? I can't just stop now. She shook her head. You've got more important concerns. I don't intend to cut you out of the loop, but you need to understand that I can't use you. Not as an ANBU, not as a field man. You're too important, it's beneath your station. He glared at her. I've trained. I can handle it. What about my team? She closed her eyes. They will remain your team. I've no intention of cutting you off. I understand how important. I'm going after Orochimaru. He growled it. I can't ignore it. Itachi as well. They're a threat to me and Konoha. She smiled from behind her hands. I see. I understand your concern. However, sending you out after them directly is not an option. As I said, I'm not taking away your team. They are still Anbu. He seemed to calm. What do you mean? She leaned back in her chair again. Naruto. You don't seem to realize your position. I serve Fire Country, and I don't answer to you. However, for all intents and purposes, you outrank me. I am Hokage, and you rule a force as powerful as a nation. Though your country has no borders, you are the Kitsune's daimyo. The boy took a step back as he went rather pale. I. He hung his head and looked at the ground. The fifth sat forward again. I also know you are loyal to Konoha. I am hopeful that our relations can go well. You are welcome here, and you're not losing your rank. For all intents and purposes, you are an Anbu captain. I just can't use you as one. He didn't look pleased, but was still calm. Why not? I'm willing, and able. She shook her head. What would the Kitsune think if I sent their king off to die in a mission? Over nothing more than a contract? A business deal? She stood up and leaned over her desk on her palms. Your son will always be safe here, he will be protected. However, I'd rather he had his father to keep him safe. The boy looked up at her with his fist shaking. I see. She sat back down and sighed. You want Orochimaru and Itachi. I understand that. I'll not be giving you orders, and you won't be receiving missions. I might ask you to perform a light duty here and there, but you will not be receiving any S or A class missions from me. What about Team 7? He calmed and his voice was shaking. They worked hard for this. Their mission is you. I'm giving them to you, on a limited scale. They can't work against our interests, they are Konohagakure ninja. However, you will not be able to deal with your enemies alone. The Kitsune are powerful, but against a cage-level ninja, such as Orochimaru or Itachi, they will be of limited use. She looked him in the eyes. Consider it a treaty between Konohagakure and the Kitsune. I'd like you and your subjects to remain our allies. I'm aware of what this village owes them. The third seems to think that many lives, including his own, were saved with their assistance. The young king nodded. This is my home. The Hokage bowed her head. I am very pleased that you think of Konohagakure that way. She stood up and motioned with her hand. Come with me. He nodded and found himself walking down a hall with her. She spoke as they walked. Sasuke has been helping with training Ino's 2 teammates from the exams. I admit I'm a bit surprised with her attitude. She may end up facing them, and it might work against her interests. I am to understand they're doing well. The young hooded ninja looked at her. Yes. They're much stronger. I hope they pass, but I know enough to realize they won't stand much of a chance against her. She gave him a sidelong glance. Been keeping an eye on that as well, have we? I suspected as much. Do you know how Ino has been progressing? He nodded. She's doing well. Ken and Ryu said one of them would help her out. I've heard she's made good use of her time. I don't expect her to fail. The fifth nodded. I see. The contract on your head? Naruto glanced at her. Gone. I've heard about that as well. Hiyashi seems to have backed off, but Neji and Ayume are both still training hard. It does not appear their orders have changed. The woman seemed to think on that for a moment. Well, that's good to hear. I received word yesterday that the bounty had been lifted. What of Orochimaru and Sound? The boy growled a little at the subject. The snake is difficult to track. I know the location of 3 bases within Fire Country, and at least 2 more that I know of but haven't pinpointed yet. She sighed and put her hands behind her back. We should eliminate them. I can't stop you, but... The boy glanced at her. I'd rather wait until we've located them all and strike all of them at once if possible. We've got a better chance of finding more useful intelligence if they don't know we're coming, and we may manage to catch Orochimaru himself with his guard down. She frowned and shook her head. I doubt that. If he's present at one of these places, I expect we will lose a team before we capture or kill him. The Junin seemed to think on it. I'm more interested in taking out the bases and gathering intelligence than finding him right now. I'd like to more know about Sound, and find out what I can about its operations and locations in Rice Country. I also want to get them out of Fire Country. Capturing or killing him would be nice, but it's not my goal yet. I don't know him well enough and I need to learn more before I start focusing my efforts on him. The Hokage paused. Do you begin to see your value, Uzumaki? He looked up at her and seemed confused. Pardon? She gave him a wry-looking smirk. Do you think I don't know where you're getting all this information? I'm sure you've learned from several sources, but the bulk of your intelligence is not supplied by you, your team, or anyone in Konohagakure directly. Do you really think I don't understand the true purpose of your little bar? Naruto knew that she was smart enough to figure it out and wasn't surprised that she was aware. I assumed you were smart enough to figure it out, yes. He also realized while she was walking with him and was pretty much beside him, she was also hanging back just a bit and was moving slightly behind him to his right. If he was the daimyo of Fire Country, she would be back a bit further, but she was acting as if he was a visiting dignitary, and it was a show of respect for his position. It was also a little annoying, but he didn't speak up. I get your point. She smiled at him. Very good. Come, there's someone I would like you to meet. A few moments later, they were standing outside the door of a large suite for visiting dignitaries. Tsunade turned and put her hand on his shoulder. Do not kneel and bow no lower than your chest. Refer to him by his title without honorifics. Remember, you are not to show submission, you are not a subject. You are a king, and you must learn to act like one. She dusted off his shoulders and took off his forehead protector. You should not wear this any longer. You have earned it, and I shall return it, but it is just a keepsake now. I do not expect to see you wearing it in the future. What's going on? Who? The woman put her finger over his lips and opened the door. Inside was another set of doors with 2 armed guards on either side of it. Each of them was holding a spear and dressed as a soldier in fancy uniforms. They passed with no resistance. Inside the rather lavish room, a tall thin man was sitting at a small table with tea set out before him. He had a black hood that didn't hide his face and a fan with flames on it in his right hand. Tsunade bowed to her waist. Daimyo-sama. May I present Uzumaki Naruto, king of Kitsune, and ruler of the realm of shadows. The boy arched his eyebrow at that and removed his hood as he walked into the room. Hello. A pleasure. He bowed his chest a little and the man returned the gesture. Ah. I see. He smiled in a cordial manner. It is an honor to meet you. Tsunade bowed again. Well, I have duties to see too. I shall leave you too. She turned and left the room. The boy nodded. Yes. I am also honored. He had to fight back the urge to bow deeply. The man offered a seat next to him and poured tea as he joined the boy. I am to understand we owe you and your people a great deal. I recently spoke to the former third, speaks highly of you. Naruto accepted the tea. I've always respected him. He's a great man. He glanced over his shoulder towards where Tsunade had gone. He seemed to realize that someone had mentioned what had happened at the festival to her, probably one of the Kitsune. The situation was a little too convenient for her to have just found out about it. She was putting him on the spot and he imagined, rightly so, that she was having a good chuckle over it. The daimyo seemed pleased. Yes. He was a credit to his position. The thin man was not extremely old, but his face was wrinkled and thin. He seemed frail, but stern. I hope our people will continue to foster our relationship. The boy sipped at his tea. Yes. I'm much easier to get along with than my wife, it seems. The man faltered a little. Wife? The young blonde nodded. Yes. You call her Kyubi, the 9 tails. The man was looking at him with rather wide eyes. He looked a bit pale. Naruto looked at him. Are you all right? The daimyo shifted in his seat and seemed to realize what he looked like. I'm fine. Perhaps my tea is a bit cold. He set it down and poured more into his cup. What is it you want with Konohagakure? The boy shrugged. I was born here. I've lived in Konoha my whole life. I'm hoping we can get along well. I can be very useful to Fire Country. The man nodded and seemed intrigued. Yes. There are those who might worry. Naruto sipped at his tea and blinked. Worry? About what? The daimyo looked at him out of the corner of his eyes. With something like the Biju, a man could become quite powerful. Ambition can be dangerous. I admit, my position can be quite attractive. The boy nodded. You're worried I might be interested in conquering Fire Country? He chuckled a little at that and shook his head. He wasn't familiar with the term Biju, but assumed he was referring to Tamamo. The man didn't seem amused or offended. Might you be? The young king shook his head. What for? We're talking about Kitsune. They don't need villages or cities. They live in the wild. What would they do with the place once they had it? That seemed to calm the man. What is it you want? Naruto shrugged. Nothing really. I like Konoha, and I've lived in fire country all my life. I can be pretty useful if I like you. The man sat back and put the tips of his fingers together. And if you do not? The boy shrugged again. I dunno. I'm not worried or anything, seems I've got my own realm and all. He looked a bit spaced out for a moment. A new voice spoke up from his side. Both humans looked down to see Masara bowing his head low and speaking to the daimyo. If we leave, and you start getting overrun with rats and other pests that we hunt for food, you'll be in quite a position. It would disturb the natural balance. A much larger problem than you might think. He was in his fox form and right beside Naruto's feet. The boy was glad that he'd shown up and rescued him from floundering about in the dark. He had no idea what to do and was doing his best to wing it. The daimyo put his fan up over his face. Oh my. A friend of yours? Naruto nodded. Yeah. This is Masara. He's a good friend of mine. The animal kept his head low and turned towards Naruto. Highness is too kind. He put his paws on the arm of the chair the boy was sitting in and spoke into his ear. Naruto seemed to think for a moment and nodded. Hey. Since we're starting relations and all, and I've already done a lot to help you out, I could use a small favor. The Kitsune defended Konoha against an attack by sound and sand. I'm hopeful we can be useful to each other in the future. However, I want something in return. A small show of friendship between us. Masara had mentioned to make it sound like a small thing. He wasn't sure why, but it seemed to have the desired effect. The old man narrowed his eyes. What might that be? The boy leaned towards him. The fur trade. If we're allies of Fire Country, then it should be against the law to hunt foxes. The man sat back and put his fan up again. That could prove difficult. The boy smirked. Difficult? For you? You wouldn't hunt your other allies for their skins, would you? The daimyo glanced away. I see. I shall see what I can do. Naruto nodded. The more useful you are, the more useful I can be. We don't need much, make Fire Country a safe place for the Kitsune, and I can help make it much safer for you. Masara lowered his head and spoke to the old man again. He speaks the truth. Highness is the crowned king of Kitsune. Every fox on this world is his subject, not just those in Fire Country. The animal looked up at him. And all of us have better eyes and ears than any human. Each of us is blessed with a mouth as well, if you catch my meaning. The old man hid his face with his fan again and narrowed his eyes. Yes. I do. The door opened again. Hyuga Hiyashi walked in and bowed. Ah, Daimyo-sama. I had just heard of your arrival. He froze as his eyes found Naruto. Uzumaki. The young boy nodded. Hyuga. I trust you are well? He had a smirk on his face and put his hand between Masara's ears to scratch his head. The animal thumped his tail on the floor a few times in response. He wasn't a pet, but knew the boy was doing it to call Hiyashi's attention to him and jog his memory about recent events. Even though it wasn't something he needed to do. They both knew the man remembered quite well. Not a beat was missed by the leader of the Hyuga clan. I'm sorry if I disturbed you. Your companions mentioned that you were in a relationship. The daimyo appeared happy as he nodded. Not at all. It was my first time meeting the young Kitsune King. I sincerely hope that our upcoming meetings go well. Hiyashi gave Naruto a quick look. King? With a knowing smirk on his face, the boy nodded his head while putting his hands behind his back. Indeed. I've already met Hiyashi. A fascinating man, indeed. The daimyo appeared happy. Oh. All right, then. I hope that our two peoples can continue to have cordial relations. It appears to be to our mutual benefit. I sincerely hope we can forge a solid alliance. The world is a dangerous and chilly place. The young man gave a nod. Indeed. It's possible. He looked up at the head of the Hyuga clan. It's nice seeing you again. The man gave him a scowl. Uzumaki. I did not know you were. Masara's eyes met his. You were told he was. Did you not think we were credible? Naruto gave him a downcast look. Behave. He bowed his head, looking at Hiyashi. I do hope our future relations are pleasant. The man nodded, lowering his gaze. As do I. He balled his fist. Once more, the daimyo concealed his face behind his fan. Is something wrong? There must be some history here, in my opinion. Naruto gave him a smile. Not at all. I don't have any issues with the clan Hyuga. Konohagakure is my home and the place where I was born. I wish the village continued strength and prosperity for each and every clan. Masara trotted up to Naruto's side while glaring at Hiyashi. The golden-haired boy glanced around. This place is a bit stuffy, isn't it? The implication seemed to please the daimyo. I suppose I could stretch my legs out a little. Young Junin gave him a smile. Would you like a drink? I have a wonderful spot where we can unwind. Additionally, there's an amazing massage parlor there. Raising an eyebrow, the daimyo did so. That wouldn't bother me. I regret to inform you that I do not travel with my personal masseuse. He was clearly aware of the additional meaning that massage parlor holds. The two made their way to the door. It's a great place, very pretty girls. The elderly man gave a nod. I wasn't aware Konohagakure had such a place. The youthful king gave a nod. It only opened this month. Bring your companions with you. It is provided by the house. The daimyo appeared to be quite happy. Actually, right now. Hiyashi? Are you going to be coming along? The man with white eyes bowed his head. I'm afraid I have other commitments. All I came to do was say hello. Please do not hesitate to ask the Hyuga clan for assistance. As always, we are here to assist you. Speaking of service, this place is top-notch. Naruto led the way, laughing. They made their way into the village and down the hall, followed by the two door guards of the daimyo. With a scowl, Hiyashi turned to follow them out of sight and took an alternate route. Naruto sat behind his desk, hands behind his head, looking pretty happy with himself. Happy and inebriated, the daimyo had departed to return to the capital. He'd received excellent care from the girls. After he arrived, the man had a great time and had opened up like a book. He and the elderly man had a good relationship. Even though he wasn't the most pleasant person, he didn't see any issues with getting along with him. He was now friendly with the boy and gave off the impression of being easy to please. Naruto knew that his power was limited as well. Before anything was done to help him, he would need to demonstrate his worth. He had to show the foxes were valuable if he was going to rid Fire Country of hunters. He was sure that his plans, which were already in motion, would be successful in that regard. The old man would gladly add a new law to the books once he turned over 5 hidden sound bases. Fox fur wasn't particularly profitable, after all. It was a profitable, pleasant, but hardly necessary business. The majority of hunters and fur traders caught and killed a variety of animals. Few, if any, only used one type of fur. There wouldn't be many foxes affected at all by laws prohibiting hunting. The majority of kitsune who met this fate were too young to have more than one tail. The ones who lived to develop a second chance at life usually possessed the intelligence and strength to avoid capture by hunters and trappers. 2. Tailed foxes were difficult for trappers and hunters to capture. With his legs crossed over his desk, Sasuke appeared to be resting his eyes as he sat in front of it. He had Ino seated next to him. She appeared at ease and was giving the boy with the raven hair a passionate once. Over. Well, I leave for Kumo in the morning. At home, Sakura was preparing to travel to Kumo as Tsunade was her apprentice. Without opening his eyes, Sasuke nodded. All right. That pair of idiots is as prepared as they will ever be. Every day, I worked them until their muscles broke and gave them a hard time. They stopped complaining after I punched them a few times because it was really boring. They ought to be fine. No assurances that they will pass, though. The fair Haired girl scowled. Yes. That said, I no longer worry about them. I have to worry about my own matches. Naruto gave a nod. Yes, indeed. I'm sure you'll succeed. We will be cheering you on. Sasuke let out a grunt. Speaking of which, we've all got to leave in the morning. He stood up from the desk. I'm going to get some sleep. Ino gave a blink. Where are you going? When the Junin laughed. We're proceeding. The remainder of your team is accompanying the Hokage as her guard. The blonde girl appeared taken aback. Are you serious? That's excellent. I assume you'll applaud me, Sasuke? From the doorway, he gave his head a scratch. Well, I'm not going to cheer for the Hyuga to kill you. He walked out into the hall and disappeared. Naruto gave a nod. Yes. Everybody will be present. It's best that you go to bed. Tomorrow, we'll be on the road all day. The blonde girl gave a shrug. Yes. I suppose I should also depart. She got up and walked out. Naruto sat back and made a strange face as soon as she left. Oh my. I guess I should head home and catch up on my own sleep. He pushed his shirt into his pants as he stood up. Emerging from beneath the desk, Kira wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Sure thing, Highness. With a pop of his shoulder, he headed for the door, Kitsune trailing behind him.